Vietnamese, hi Kwesi, hi all, K and K Squad.
Hi, Marcel. How are you? Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me, okay? Because I'm using a mic and I also have my Bluetooth on. You can hear me? Okay, all right. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. All right, hi. Greetings, Jamie. How are you? Put this down. Okay, Isaac, hi. Thank you for joining and hit the like button, please. Marcel, I just corner, how are you? MK, how are you? Thank you for joining, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. And how you guys doing? I'm doing amazing, by the way. IG, how is the camera? I'm using my DSLR to, I'm using my DSLR as a webcam, so hopefully this is like clear. I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. African Millennial, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Well, I just saw you at what is it called? All right, I was trying to clear this thing. Okay, that's better. MK, stop looking for my trouble. All right. Thank you, everybody. Hit the like button. Looks like you got some good sleep. Oh, me? I sure did. All right, guys. So today's topic is about bringing up kids in the diaspora, basically African parents raising kids in the diaspora and the struggles that they go through, okay? If you guys have seen my video, I don't know if some of you did, but I know a lot of you did, about the struggles of the parents, African parents, I mean, coming from a different culture, okay? And the reason why I did that video is because of the Gambian boy that killed his mom in New York. It's very sad, you know, and unfortunate because these are some of the things that, like, growing up in Africa, I'm not going to say it is impossible, but you will barely hear something like this happening. Okay. I mean, an example, those of you who are African on the chat, you know, sometimes kids may even get, like, you know, hurt by their parents, or their parents might do something that is very painful to them. We've seen people whose parents have just you know, take their money, you know, their kids are in the diaspora, the parents will take money because you're sending money back home for people to save for you or to build for you. And then your family will take it and just, you know, misuse all that money. But at the end of the day, basically nothing comes out of it, because at the end of the day, they're your parents. Like they say, that's just a part of our culture, you know, no matter how crazy it can be. So, but coming to the diaspora makes it very, very different and very frustrating for a lot of parents to raise kids, because it's a different culture, and not just a different culture, but kids are given so much power in the Western world, you know. So it's like you're raising your kids, but you are raising your kids with a lot of caution, so as not to lose that child at some point. Okay, so many Black people, so many people, Africans, you know, both in America and in Europe, because this happens in Europe too, have, like, their kids have been taken away from them because they believe, or, you know, the system believes that you are not bringing them up the right way, or maybe you're abusing the child. I believe abuse in the Western world, what they see as abuse and what Africans see as abuse is, like, pretty different. So, yeah. Now, the reason why I say it's different is that some of us were born and raised in Africa, okay, in Gambia, for me, is to be specific. And we have gone through a lot. And I love the upbringing that I had, because I feel like if not for that type of upbringing, I may have gone astray. Okay. And I may have, like, some of us might end up, you know, doing things like what happened in New York, you know, a couple of days ago. And this is not the first time something like this is happening in New York. You know, I believe last year too, another one also beat up their dad, which is very crazy, because there's no way you can see things like this happening in Africa. But it is what it is. This is the society that we are in. This is the kind of system they have in place here. Okay, all in the name of trying to protect kids. Now, for that reason, parents are struggling. They're going through a lot. You cannot even spank your own child if they do something wrong in public. Like, you just have to smile and be like, stop it, Mom, will you stop it? You know, that's crazy, because you're afraid that when you spank that child, somebody would report you or use it against you, or say, call the police on you that you abused that child. But these are the same people that when that child does something to offend them, they'll call that child, like, they would say, you don't have good upbringing, or your parents didn't train you well. But they're not giving us the chance to train these kids. They're not giving parents the chance to set things right and guide these children through the right path. And then we see how these children will go astray, how some of them, like, will destroy their lives and even that of their own parents. Like what happened in New York, it didn't make sense to me. This boy was arguing with his mom several times. Though they said that he has mental illness, which some people believe and some people don't believe. Obviously, his family thinks he's okay and he's just, one of those, maybe rude or mannerless kids. So that they don't have any empathy for him because what he's done is wrong. It's terrible. He killed his own mom. But how many other people are out there trying to bring up a child that is stubborn, that will not listen, but you can't do much about it? The most a lot of Africans can do is to take the child back to Africa. If you have somebody who's going to help you bring up that child the right way. Now, that's a good thing. And I feel like if you're a parent and you know that you are in a country that you can't bring up that child the way you want and in the right African culture and upbringing, then it is a good idea that you try to take that child back to Africa so that they can have the upbringing that you want them to have. Because in Africa, it takes a community to raise a child. It's not one person. Just because you're the mother doesn't mean that you have to be the only person to raise that child, or only your family have to raise you. As a child, you better not do anything on the street. Whether your parents are there, whether your family is there, somebody will whoop your behind. So most of the time, kids know what to do. You are out there, let's say you are an adult, you're in your 20s, like this boy, and you're out there, maybe you're smoking weed or doing something. You're afraid that somebody that's passing by knows your parents because you are in trouble. And they have the right to talk to you and scold you, and nothing's going to come out of it. Another good example would be if a child does wrong and decides to take their parents to police. Nobody's going to listen to you. In fact, you may get another beating from the police officer for doing that wrong thing. But here, we don't have that. It's like you give birth to your child, but you don't have a lot of rights over that child. You have to bring that child up, but there are some really, really big, they limit you as to what you can do to that child, as to how you should bring that child up. And at the end of the day, when that child goes astray, what do they do to that child? They put them to jail, or they just, look at them as one of those bad Black people who are always stealing, who are always in jail every time, who are always involved in crimes, when the system is what made them to be what they are today, because they didn't give their people the chance to take care of them, to bring them up the right way. It is so crazy bringing up a child here, and I'm so scared for the chance for myself and my family, because I have 2 little boys and they're going to grow up. But at this point, I'm just thinking what's going to happen in their teenage age, because I'm trying my best to take care of them. I'm trying my best to bring them up the right way. I am their dad. But sometimes you never know what's going to happen when these children are growing up in countries like this. It is crazy. And I applaud African parents for going through these struggles, being able to bring up kids, putting the African culture in them, no matter how hard it is, because so many people are trying here. There's a lot of people that are born and raised here in the diaspora whose parents are Africans. And today, maybe if they don't speak to you, you will not even know that they were born in America. Good upbringing, but it's a struggle. It is possible to bring up a child, a great man, a great woman, but it is a struggle. And then talking about that, because I did mention about mental health issues also in my video, assuming he is mentally unstable. Now, the reason why maybe he might be mentally unstable, but like a lot of people might see it as, some type of, trick to give him less sentence, especially Africans, is that normally in Africa, we don't take mental health like as serious as it is. The reason being is that normally it is only people that we see outside that are misbehaving or doing crazy things, or maybe they're half naked on the streets, that we consider mentally unstable. So basically, I must say, there's a lot of people that are walking on the streets just like me and you that are not okay, up there, but we don't know. We think they're fine, but these people need help. So sometimes it is important as parents, as Black people, and as Africans, if we, see maybe people behaving like in weird ways that are not, in any way like in line with our culture, it's important that we are very, cautious, and we try to recognize these people and what they're going through so that we can help them. Because if you don't like identify somebody who is mentally unstable by listening to them, you can't help them. At the end of the day, what happens is that we realize that these people are, mentally unstable when it's too late, like what happened in New York. It's possible he's not mentally unstable, but there is a possibility too that he is not. That he is, a big one. He's just 22. And the fact that he can stand and try to fight his mom and threaten to kill his mom several times says something. That's just my opinion about this whole thing. I don't think, because a normal African child, even if you're born and brought up here, like, like African parents still try to instill that African culture in their kids. Ever since you're a child, it has to be instilled in you. Unless your parents feel otherwise about it. And then it's not as if this boy does not have other people around him. He has uncles who have talked to the media, who are very devastated right now and frustrated and angry at him. But the system here will not let them do what a man is supposed to do, what a father is supposed to do, what an uncle is supposed to do, that man figure. That's why I said sometimes it is very important, for us to have like men in our lives, especially when you have kids and when you have like male kids. It's important to have that man figure there because they can teach them how to be a man better than you as a lady teaching your son how to be a man. Anyways, hi Aji. I'm gonna let Aji come in now. And I set a space. Thank you so much for the super chat, and Aji's corner. Thank you so much. And everybody that just joined in, thank you for joining, and hit the like button. And if you're not subscribed yet, go ahead and subscribe. Hi Aji, how are you? Thank you for joining the panel, and you're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, Samsam. Good evening, everyone. Sami, thanks for inviting me. Thanks for waking me up this morning, this evening, because I was literally bored and sleepy. I'm really happy that I am here to talk about this happening in our society. Basically, I, as a woman, you've touched few important points that I would like to talk about. Literally, I was like so busy during the week. I watched the whole video this evening because I started watching it, but I was busy at work, so I couldn't watch the whole video. It's this evening that when you called me to join your panel, I had to go back and watch the whole video. I will start from where you said it's really hard for a woman, like a single mom, to raise a child, especially when a male child. Where we are from, we people like me and you, we're born and raised in Africa. In Africa, where we're from, your parents shouldn't even talk, and you talk less of mourning. Like sometimes when they talk, you can literally mourn and like literally you don't even have the guts to even do that. So sometimes it's really good. I tell parents here, it's good to send your kids back home, like when they're 5, 6, or 7, when they're old teenagers, and when they start standing up for against their parents, or when their parents talk, they talk, because now they feel like they're adults. And the other thing is, in these countries, especially in UK, I believe many people from UK are watching. The thing is, they just believe, put in these kids' heads that when you're 18, or like you have every right to do this, you have every right to do that, you have every right to stand up to this. Like it's when they go to school, sometimes they don't even know. When they go to school, like their friends at school will tell them, oh, do you know that your mom shouldn't be doing this to you? Or do you know that you can call the council when your mom do this to you? Or do you know that like other kids from the school will start telling them that this is what you can take, and this is what you just can't say no to this. Like where we are from, when your parents talk, you don't talk. When they ask you to do something, you have to do something, that the thing that they ask you to do. When like you will wake up from morning till night, you're running your parents errors. Go to this house to tell this your auntie, this go to. We are trained to even call our mom's friends, our other family members, auntie and uncle. So in this place, I think like every woman needs a man in your life, especially when you have male kids, because jigen munta yar góor, especially when they're growing up. In their teenage lives, they feel like they're adults. They can do anything they want, and if you try to stop them, they will stand up to you. If you talk one, they will say. If you say one, they will say 10. They will. If you're running 10, they will run 300. A child should be able to respect his or her elders. You know where to stop. Like for example, in Gambia, I'm not even stupid when my mom is having a stranger. Like someone comes to visit my mom, and I'm the third person in that. Like when they're having their chit chats, and then I come and sit down and be the third person in that conversation. Like in Gambia, like we are raised in a way that even if your mom looks at you, there are this kind of eyes that your mom look at you. Hey, you know whether this one, you know exactly what to do, that I'm not meant to do this, or I'm not meant to say this. In Gambia, we're trained with parents teach us with their eyes, movement of the eye, movement of the finger. Sometimes they even have to scratch us that's how they communicate with us. In this country, in Europe, it's really bad how we live here with our elders. We like in here, we don't have respect for our elders, we don't have respect for our parents. In Gambia, you are not even there to sit in front of your parents and use the F word. You're not there to sit in front of your parents and start saying some kind of ways that some kind of words that you are not meant to say. Sometimes I believe like we the parents too, we especially men, a woman cannot raise a child alone. It's hard to be a single mom. It's really hard to be a single mom, especially here that you have drugs, you have alcohol, you have Thai weed everywhere. It's so easy, and you can buy it anyhow. You just wake up and your kid is like, oh, I'm stressed, and they start smoking something or they start drinking something. You can never say stop, or they can never listen to you. And you can never say anything, they listen to you. Hey, ñun fuñ jógee jigéen dafa go ama xalel da nga respect sa parents wala ñu toj sa gémmiñ bi, dañ la biti loxo ñu dóor la nga dee. Like it's serious. And you said something about mental health issues. Like when people talk about mental health, I love to talk about mental health. You know why? Because this is a field of my work. This is what I do every day. Okay, last month someone did a video talking about me working for the council, and people were calling me, oh Aji, you're working for the council, I need help with the council. You know how Africans do, I need an application at the council, this and no, I don't work for the council. That's what I said. There's a place and time for everything. I don't come out to clarify things until when it is time to talk about that thing. Sammy, when I watched your video, you talked about mental health issues, and a few minutes ago you did. I work I am a community support worker. I don't work for the council. What I do is I work with people with mental health issues. It's about it. They're all men. And this, why I'm breaking this is you said Africans don't believe in mental health. And it is a very, very big problem when it comes to us. If I say Africans don't believe in mental health issues, we also don't believe in men having mental health. You know why? Because we feel like men are so strong that they should be able to take everything that comes. No. Mental health is real. And you have different kind of mental health issues. We Africans, when we say mental health, we feel like if someone is not crazy to the point that standing to be dof, we think like dof more mental health. No, we all have mental health. It depends on how strong we are to tackle it, or how strong we are to control it to the point that do damage. Okay, I work with people that has mental health issues. I support them. Here is the problem again with my work. It's very, very related with this topic. I only support men. These people, they're all homeless. Some of them are, how to call it? Some of them, they have mental health issues because they're from relationship breakdowns. Some of them, because of the things that they went through in the UK, they're homeless. And some of them are asylum seekers from Africa. It doesn't matter. The whole of Africa. It could be Eritrea, Somalia. I've never supported anyone that is Gambian. What I do is all these people, they're all men. I think 27, 27, yeah. 27 of them. What I do is every day when I go to work, 9 to 5, I'll give 1 hour session to everyone. You come to my office and you sit down and you talk to me about what things that you're going mentally. Sammy, I will tell you, men from Africa, they will come sit with me and they will cry like babies because they have mental health issues. They mentally break down. So what I do again is I try to support these people to show them how to be independent, give them roof over their head and food in their belly because they're homeless and they're at the homeless shelter. So this is what the point I'm trying to tell you is in this country, you see grown-ups that are 40 something, 50 something, they're not independent because they don't know how to do anything for themselves. When it comes to African men, we teach African men from Africa. Nakanga ewo suba, nga sol sambuba, but nakanga ewo suba. I'm telling you, with my line of work, I have to wake up every day and someone have to come and see me and I have to ask them, have you taken shower? Because I have to check I have a well-being check, health and well-being check to check if you have taken shower or not. Because that's how bad it is with mental health. When people started going down with mental health, you sink it, you're fighting your demons. You start waking up, you don't take shower. You start waking up, you don't brush your mouth. And you start waking up, you feel like you're on a wall of your own. No one is there for you to help you. This is where people start taking drugs, alcohol, and how to call it, doing crack, because they are scared of what they're going through and they inject themselves to take themselves out of this world. Sometimes I'll go to someone's house or someone's room and the needle is right there, and I will tell you, if you press that needle, I'll slap you, and I mean it. So with mental health, Africans don't believe mental health. So the food or when you start telling people that I'm a stress, your parents need to sit you down and ask you what is stressing you. Sometimes, Sammy too, is the way we raise our kids. Sometimes we are so strict. You see, yeah, Sammy, if you want to control my life too much, dina fiddle, dama vipu. This is the problem we African parents. We need to talk about this thing. There are times to beat. There are times to sit down and talk. When your girl child or when your male child is becoming a teenager, is the best time to sit with that person and start talking to them. Talk to this person and know truly what they're going through. And the problem is even kids go through mental health. I will use Safi as an example because I'm very close to her. Safi's daughter goes through mental health. You know why she's going through mental health issues? Because of her parents' marriage breakdowns. So this girl goes down with mental health. And when you look at her, she just turned 13. You'll be asking yourself, why would a 13-year-old go through mental health? And she's been going through this mental health issue since she was 11. I'm telling you, a girl child that is so close to me. Sometimes she goes quiet. That dead them off, move them quiet. She won't say anything, but she's all okay. So we have to start asking her, Emily, what's wrong with you? You need to talk to me. Sit down. Sometimes the mom will ask us, excuse us. We have to go out, and she would sit Emily down and said, hey, talk to me. What is wrong? And she would start saying, there was a day she came to us. We are watching TV, and she said, Auntie Ajia said, well, and Sophie, she said, well, mommy, I feel like committing suicide. This is what the 11-year-old said to us 2 years ago. I feel like committing suicide. And the mom is like, sit down. She sat down. Why do you want to commit suicide? She's telling us that the world does not mean anything to her anymore. So if you watch one of our videos, she's there. She's trying to learn the Quran and all of this. Yes. So if this is Gambia, a child like that comes to you, because why she's going through that? Because the mom and the dad are divorced, and she can't cope with that divorce. So little things, Sammy, more they tricks her mental health. It triggers it. And the problem with us Gambians too, especially Gambia, we don't have counseling. We don't have therapy. We don't have anyone to run to. If I was going through a mental health issue as a Gambian, even if I live in Europe, I call my sister and say, hello. She said, hi. Okay, let me use myself as an example. Few months ago, it was lockdown. I couldn't cope. Lockdown, my mom got sick. When my mom got sick, I was in my own world. I lost my dad in 2012. That darkness, because I saw my dad 5 minutes before my dad died. So that triggers it. I start thinking about the last minute and the last moment I saw my dad. And I started going down, sinking. I stopped talking to everyone. I stopped doing videos. People were asking for me, where is Aji? Where is Aji? Why is she not doing videos? I took a time off. I went away, but I couldn't cope. So I went to work every day. I'm dealing with people with mental health issues that will come to my office, and I will lock a door and they will tell me their problems, and every day I couldn't cope with all of that. There was a day. That's why when I do videos, I love to open up about my life so that people will know that, okay, if she's going through that and she's talking about it, I can go through it and it's okay. I had to go, Sammy, I'm telling you this as a sister. I was at work. I left my office. I took my shoes out. I had to go out, and I sat down like I'm mad. And my colleague had to come and said, what's wrong with you? I said, I'm not coping with anything. And she asked me what's happening. I said, I don't know. And she had to call my manager, and they had to take me for a supervision. And my manager sat down and sit me down and asked me what happened. And I tell my manager, I lost my sister's husband. My mom is sick and this and that. And my manager said, work have to send you for therapy. For counseling. And my work have to send me for counseling. And my manager said, if you are not mentally okay, how can you support other people that are mentally down? And which is right. So I had to go for counseling for 6 weeks. 6 weeks of counseling. I tell Gambians, go for counseling, go for therapy. Sammy, I will use myself again as an example. I was going through all of this. I'm not talking to my family. I'm not talking to Safi. I'm not talking to anyone. That must shut down. My sister called from Gambia and asked me, I haven't heard from you for so long. What's wrong with you? Why are you not calling me? Blah, blah, blah. Did you also telephone me? And I said, you need to take it down because I've not been talking to people because I'm not mentally okay. You know what my sister said to me? I said to my sister, I'm going counseling. My sister said to me, yo, Lord Dega, the damn counseling. Yo, lan wala waramuna jot. Yo, lan la. Yo, Lord Dega. I'm like, is this girl like, is this woman for real? My sister, the same mom and dad, who has kids that are the same age group with me, literally her first child is elder than me. She couldn't get what I'm going through mentally. Sammy, when I told you I shut down, that my over shut down. I'm not talking to anyone. I felt like you see, those are the times that someone could take drugs, someone could take injections, someone could do anything just to numb themselves because they're scared of their demons, because I was fighting demons that I don't know. That's why I love to open up for people to know that if people see me and feel like, oh, she jokes, she laughs, she does not go through things. No, I have my times that I go down, and I have my times that I fight. Like, imagine, Sammy, we Gambians, sometimes we don't have family, sometimes we don't have friends. That's why when topics like this come, we need to come out and talk and communicate to other people to know that, hey, come out and talk so that we will know what is going on with other people. Like, it was a time that family was not even there for me. I have to listen every day when this my key worker calls me. She will ask me 10 questions. Have you ever thought of doing self-harm? I would be like, no. Have you ever thought of cutting yourself? No. Have you ever thought of committing suicide? No. And Sammy, like I said, different type of mental health. There's one that calls schizo. When you have schizo, it's like your brain controls you to tell you do this. Like this boy that you're talking about, it could be he had schizophrenia. When you have schizophrenia, then they am paranoia. This is my line of work. Then they am paranoia. If two people are standing over there talking about something, you feel like Sammy and Aji, because they're YouTubers, they're talking about me. If I do a video, you will feel like Aji's, because paranoia is killing you. That's schizophrenia. And your brain, your mind tells you, take that knife, stop Sammy. It tells you, take that gun, shoot Sammy. It could be schizophrenia. Who knows what that boy was going through? Parents, there are times to beat. Hey, man, I'm an African. I'll beat my child. Period. You misbehave, I'm gonna be a very strict
Angie, let
mom.
me just cut you there. Let me kind of cut you there right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Sammy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. What I wanted to say is that, you know, the fact that the boy is, gonna keep threatening his mom about killing her, like you said, you never know, like, what is, like, maybe he's hallucinating, or he's seeing people, that are telling him that kill her, and he's telling her, I'm gonna kill you one day, but I'm not going to say they didn't take it seriously, but let me just go back to Africans and the way we take mental health. Now, I feel like there's a big difference between the kids here and the kids in Africa. For example, kids in Africa, you will never hear a child in Africa tell you that I feel like killing myself, or I feel like dying, just like the example you give. Kids in Africa, like, are surrounded by family and friends. It's like, that's why I say it's a community. So it's like, before they're so depressed at that very young age, like 10, 11, 12, before they don't even know what being depressed is most of the time. Even though some people have, like, their parents divorced and they want to bring their parents together, but it's not like so crazy and frustrating, just like how it gets here. You see, here, when you don't have your parents together, as a child, it's like you're only living with your mom, or you're only living with your dad, and it's like everything is on that one person for you. Sometimes you go to school and you see other people, their parents coming together at school, or you see mom today, you see dad today. It affects these kids. But in Africa, you can have mom coming today, you have uncle going to the school, or you see sister passing by the market and see, oh, that's my niece's school, let me go there. I remember growing up, like, how I used to have uncles and cousins coming to our school just to see me. Maybe they're going to the market, and I feel like this happens the same in a lot of African countries, So the kids' mental health issue is, like, crazier in the diaspora. That's why we have to be very cautious, and we need to, try to recognize these from our kids, something like this, we need to try to look for it in our kids. When they behave in some type of way, we need to recognize it and then, talk to them, ask questions, and get help for them. Compared to Africa, it's incomparable. But when we come to the adult side, you gave an example of like you were going through stuff and your sister was like, why are you going to get help? What are you getting help for? What is wrong with you? It's like, I just want to say sometimes it's all denial. The problem that we have also is that we are so much in denial about certain things that even when we see our family members going through stuff or they come to talk to us about certain issues, we don't want to accept it because we feel like it is embarrassing and we feel like it is a disgrace, or you're going to disgrace the family if you say, okay, I feel like I have mental issues. Because in Africa, when you say mental issues, they consider it like you're mad. And you know how we just looked at or see mad people in Africa, So it's like the moment you open your mouth and say something like that, your family is not going to be happy with you, They're not going to be happy with you. And they're going to try to protect that family from disgrace and embarrassment by trying to be in denial. Okay, so I just wanted to say that, so go ahead.
Yeah, Sammy, yeah, that's the problem, yeah. Like, the thing is, like I said, we all have mental health. We all have mental health. But it depends on how strong we are to control it. If you say you are mentally down, it can be you're depressed. Some people, when you say like I'm mentally down, they say, hey, mom, dafa neka di dof. And when you say that, like you said, the family would be like, oh, dafa dof. Like, there's a trigger point for everything. No one gets up in the morning and get depressed. No, maybe you're going through something or something just happened. That's trigger factor. There's a trigger factor for it. So if it triggers it, it's like it happened. You see, this is the problem why some of us Africans, when we get depressed, we don't accept the fact that we're depressed, because we'll be like, oh, okay. Sammy, if I call you and say, Sammy, I'm depressed, you'll be like, hey, you're like depressed. You're not depressed. You're in Africa, got depressed. No, people get depressed because you're stressed. And when you're stressed, either way, that they lead not get depressed. Sometimes people wake up from morning till night. They don't take shower. Why do you think that's happening to them? And you're used to taking shower because you're depressed. Sometimes people wake up in the morning and they don't brush their mouth. And like me, when I'm stressed too much, I call Safi and say, you know what, I'm depressed. Because Safi, I do the same work with Safi, but now she moved to another scheme because now she's a housing officer. So basically, when I feel like I'm depressed or I'm getting depressed, I call Safi and said, hey, you know what? You need to talk to me, because we do the same. She used to do the same work with me. And she'd be like, I'll stay on the phone and you talk to me. And this is where Africans, we need each other. Sometimes I will need to cry over something. And I will call Safi and said, Saf. She said, yes. I said, oh my God, do you know what? And diabetes is really connected to depression. So I will call her and said, yes. She said, well, I said, okay, I need to cry. And she'll be like, what happened? I said, I don't want to talk about it. Can I cry? And she'll be like, yes. Can you imagine me as an adult? Yeah. In my 30s, I'm not 38 though, because people say I'm 38. I'm not. In my 30s, I'm young. I'm younger than 38, okay? Safi is 38, I'm not. So she will be like, do you need to cry? I said, what? Why? I said, yes, I don't know. So she would just sit there on the phone, and I would cry and cry and cry and cry and cry. And she would say, it's okay. Cry it out. It's okay. Even when I was going through counseling, when I have to cry, this woman would tell me, cry. And the problem is sometimes we grieve for the rest of our lives. I lost my dad in 2012. I never opened up about my dad, how I felt when my dad died, because I couldn't open up. I had to see his pictures, blah, blah, blah. So that was the time that I could open up to my key worker. She said, it's okay. Opened up about him and talk to me. Sammy, could you imagine, since 2012, last year was the first time I had to open up about how I felt when I saw because people grieve, and they grieve for the rest of their lives, and that could cause depression. That's why I said people could be depressed for different reasons. But African parents, like I was saying when you were talking, we should learn to know how to train our kids. Sometimes you don't have to force people. We are too controlling. Let's call a spade a spade. If I am in my 20s and you are in your 40s, 50s. You've already lived your life. And this is my teenage life. I want to experience everything in life. This is where parents make so many mistakes. Stop telling me, stop doing this without giving me reasons why I should stop doing this. We should learn to be opened up to our kids. Don't do this. If you do this, this is what is going to happen to you. Don't do this. Be opened up and explain to your kids that, oh, if you drink alcohol, you can be an alcoholic. And if you are an alcoholic, this is what it leads to in life. This, like, break it down. No, this is how the African parent would raise you. Don't drink alcohol. Alcohol is bad, it's forbidden. Go into details and sit me down and tell me everything into details, because you don't just have to scare me over something. If you scare me over something and I saw someone else is doing it and their life is okay, I'll be like, my mom is just talking, I can do it. No, faram fanchalen gen wahasen domi. When we get to 18, 19, we want to try everything. We want to go to clubbing. This is where a child gets wild. Muneka jigen wala muneka gur. And this is where you want to stop me. I'm like, suma yaay du doxal jamono ba pare, suma pa du doxal jamono ba pare, mune mom duma bay ma do dem def luma buka. And now when you talk, you say 1, he will jump to 10. You say 2, he will jump to 10. And also, is there where he will say, ragaluma suma yaay, duma def dara, because now he knows that gorla, magna. You can't beat him anymore. He knows all the channels to contact when you beat him, especially in here. When you beat a child, they just take their phone, they call social services for you. Social services will come. They take your kid. Shala. They take your kid from you. Yes? And go. And Sammy, another problem is, you see this country, yeah? You can train your child the best way. Okay, let me speak Wolof. Aduna dafa tedadi. Aduna dafa guda tanka. You see, some parents, they do everything that they can. Everything. And train their kids the way they should train their kids, like the African way. These kids will go to school. You have other kids, you have then bulan chan chan, then ranchan. They keep telling you, why would you let your mom treat you like that? Why would you let your mom talk to you like that? You shouldn't be allowing this from your mom. Oh, if she treats you like that again, come to my house. My mom would treat you different, or my mom would let you live with me. Because they can be fee, hale fee, amun yar, amun tegin, hamun dara. This na nid danga wara ham aduna, nid danga wara yaru. But you see, sometimes we will train our kids the African way, but then the streets will teach them something else. Mola one aduna mote daddy. Nga dem nga change. People change. These kids, they change like how to call it. You start following all your friends and leave whatever is home, and you start saying that, okay, I need to leave alone. In here, 18, you can go and rent a place. Like what I do with my customers, you apply for universal credit. And maybe some in America, you guys are not entitled to many benefits. In here, billahi wallahi ta'ala, you can see, hey, the people that are support Sami, these people, I go to work every day and deal with men, grown-ups, teaching them how to be independent in their life, Sami. I'm traveling for 2 hours to go, 2 hours to come, commute for 4 hours. You know, because you talk to me. Sami, imagine, I go to work to get paid a month to pay my bills and then have food. Sami, these people are in there in a homeless shelter, and the government is paying them universal credit every month, Sami. Some of them will apply for universal credit. They will apply for PIP, and they will apply for ESA. Sami, all this money is going to these people. One individual could be receiving 1,800 pounds, and I will sit on the computer and apply for these funds for these people. Sami, someone that is not working, you are not working to earn this money. You are just sleeping every day. And could you imagine, all these adults are in a house that like a en suite. They have their toilet, they shower and everything, Sami. All this fun is coming for free. What do you think these people would do? I do. because they don't have anything to do in their life. So this in this country, the government makes it so easy for these kids. A kid could leave his or her mom and said, I'm going. You know what they would do? They will go and apply for universal credit. Universal credit. Yes. When you apply for universal credit, you can come to my workplace. You just walk in. Then I walk into my workplace and come to me and said, oh, miss, I'm homeless. And I will take you and say, okay, what, you know what? And I will do a risk assessment for you. My field form and everything, my sign call. And I call and said, you know what? And there's a place called here, Cypher. That's why walking in the council and walk with the council is different, because English is a petty. My work is connected with the council, not for the council. I'm not working for the council. It's connected. So these people just come in and said, oh, I'm homeless. And you see these kids that will run away from their moms, these teenagers, they can come to me and walk in my office and said, I'm homeless. The next thing is the government allows me to give them a place to stay. And from there, they will come and sit with me and I will apply universal credit for them. And then, you know what they will do? They will say their legs are hurting them. They can't walk. Apply for college. No, they will say no. You see, when I apply for universal credit, Sammy, every month universal credit will pay £412 in their pocket for free. So these kids, yes, these kids can leave their moms and live in that homeless shelter. And you know what, Sammy? We have something called outcome stars. You see, my workplace, you can live there, Sammy, for 2 years, 2 good years for free. Housing benefit would pay your housing benefit. When you come out, apply for housing benefit, and housing benefit will pay your housing benefit, which means you are not paying rent. You see, from that money from universal credit coming to your account, you just pay £26 for the service charge that you're living with us. And sometimes we give you this card, Sammy. Do you know how many times we have to chase an individual to give them to pay their service charge? And the funny thing about this Europe government, how they make these kids live their life, Sammy, we don't have rights to evict someone. I cannot evict I cannot. Like, sometimes I said to myself, man, I praise God. I come to a foreign country whereby I give people somewhere to live. And when I go to Gambia, this is the Gambian mentality, and said people do get homeless in Europe. Gambians will be there. This woman, she lies too much. When she comes back home, she only comes with nonsense stories, because they don't even believe people get homeless in this country. This is where I tell people in this country, many people are idle. These kids are idle because they know they have funds. Let me use example as my sister's kid. He's been misbehaving as a teenager. My sister said, okay, now since you feel like you're big, you know the African way, you're an adult, you have to pay rent in my house. You know what the boy did? He left. Seriously, he left. He left and applied for universal credit, and he lived alone. Now that he lived alone, instead of living with his mom, and then he was working for Tesco, he quit his job for Tesco. He went and applied for universal credit. Universal credit and housing benefit would pay his rent wherever he's living, because he's not living with the mom. He declared himself homeless on the system. This is what people do in Europe. So when we talk about these topics, we have to talk about these things that people do in Europe. You have to get someone that knows all of these things. Hey, Sammy, I work with this system. You see, when people from the asylum center comes, like Africans that seek asylum in Europe, Fatmata's kitchen is watching. She knows the system here. When they seek asylum, they give them their papers. You know what the system says? You have to go and look for somewhere to stay so that they will get someone to live where you are. So when they live there, they will come to us and declare themselves homeless. So when they declare themselves homeless to us, you know what these Africans will do? They will come and try to cheat the system. Because I am from Africa, when you apply in my job, you have to say which country you're from and the different languages you speak. So that if they get someone from Gambia, they will know, oh, Aji is from Gambia. This customer goes to Gambia. You know what they do? My manager would give me every customer that comes from Africa, because they will come right in our face and wants to cheat the system. I will tell you and say, you know what? I don't take rubbish. You know, I know how the system works, and you know, I know I'm African. You know, I know where we're from. Don't even start with me. And they'll be like, you know, or miss, they told me about it. I said, no, I don't encourage nonsense. So don't start. Sammy, just for you to understand some of these things that happens with these kids. These kids don't just get up. When you do something, they plan it. They plan what they do because the government makes it so simple for this benefit. I can just stop working today. I can stop working today and have the benefit. Safi can stop working and have the benefit. They cover your house. And hey, look, like someone like Safi, she receives a lot of money every Tuesday over her kids because she's got 5 kids. The system supports all those 5 kids. Safi could just lie down in her bed and said, "I'm not going to work." Safi could just lie down and said, "I'm not working," and they support you. And these kids, they learn all of these things. And
see, that's what makes it different from America, though. Like here, I can't just sit and say I'm not going to work, and I expect the system to help me. Even though we have a system that will help you, but what happens is that the way I see it as you want me to be poor before you can help me, and I feel like they cannot give me enough that's gonna satisfy me to be able to take care of my family, and also not just my family, but also set a legacy for the future, for my future generation. So you see, that this is what makes it different from America. And somebody said, train your kids from early age and put them into madrasa. They know about God, fear God. Growing up helps the kid a lot. Madrasa is, I believe, dara. We call it. So it's like, the Quranic training. And I 100% agree with this person, because sometimes that dara helps, like us as Gambians, it helps us know God. Okay, it helps us know Allah and then fear Allah as well. And then believe in karma, that karma is real. And they teach us a lot of things, because they don't just teach you the Quran. You know, they give you the meaning of so many things that you are reading in the Quran, you know. And then they just give us different stories, things that will happen. And then you saw kids will come back home and try to tell their parents, "Oh, this is what I learned today." And you, as a parent, you might even do something, and I will tell you, "My ustaz told me that," you know. These are all good home trainings. But what I noticed is that in the diaspora, sometimes we work too much, we barely have time for our kids, okay? I'm gonna give you guys an example, because this happened to me myself. When a couple of years ago, that time my child was only 2 years old, I was working like crazy at the time. I was working 12-hour shifts, you know, and then I would go pick up some 8 hours at my second job. Like, you know, America, we always have 2 or 3 jobs. So it's never one job for us, especially Africans. I would go pick up hours on my day off. So basically, I am out of the house more than I'm in the house, even though my child was young, but he still needed me. But I had his grandma here watching him. That's my mother-in-law. You know, she was here 24/7. Of course, she's watching him. But I lost that connection with my child. And if you know how African grandmas, and it's not only African grandmas, all grandmas, they bring up kids. It's like the training from the mother and the grandma is very different. They tend to spoil the kids a bit more. Okay. So before I realized what happened, like my child was so hyper, and he was not listening at 2 years old, I'm telling you. And then he goes to 3 years old, and time to go to school, you know, 3.5. He was supposed to start kindergarten. Preschool, yes. So what happened is that he was slow in talking, and I decided to take him to daycare so that he can communicate with a lot of kids and then help him in his speech, you know. So I did that, but guess what, Aji? They kicked us out at 3 daycares on the first day of going there. I would go home and cry. I would drop him at the daycare, and they would say, "Oh, it's okay, we got it." By the time I go pick him up at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m., guess what? The daycare is telling me we can't handle this child, because he wasn't listening. He was so stubborn. When they say time to be quiet, nobody can be quiet. When they say time to sleep, he will not let other people sleep. And then they're kind of scared that the child might put them in trouble, or might even run out of the, you know, class or school. And, you know, there are cars coming. It's very close to the road. You get what I'm saying? And I felt so bad. I left one daycare, went to another. They told me the same thing when I went to pick him up. I went to the third one. They told me the same thing. I came home and I cried. I cried so much. And that's when I realized that I need to sit in my house more. You know, I wanted the money, but I didn't didn't need it. as much as I wanted. I wanted because it was good, but I didn't need it because my husband was working and he's taking care of so many things. So me working was not really necessary. So if I can reduce the hours I work to make sure I sit at home and bring up that child and see what he's doing every day, I would do it. That's when I realized it, when that child made me cry at the age of 3.5, because daycares had to kick us out that they can't handle him.
Sammy, I didn't cut you right there. You know what? Yeah, this is an example again for the benefits in Gambia. You see, when you have a child like that in here, you get to be even paid double because they'll pay you double. Do you know why? Because you are having a kid with a difficulties with a difficulty to speak, and again a kid with learning disability. You know, like Sammy, you will get paid 3 times of what you were getting, and then you will get laptop at home, you will get everything, computer at home. You just have to sit down in your house and literally, and you might claim that your kid is having learning disabilities or is speaking disability. So what they're gonna do is, Sammy, they pay you double. You can sit at home. Like Angleterre, everything in UK, everything is as simple as that. Even your kid will be sent to a special school where he will learn how to speak. Just for that, the government would take care of every bill that comes for that kid, and they will give you extra for that kid. You could even leave work and said you are your kid's carer. You don't even have to go to work.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, of course. But like at this point, I'm kind of talking about, like, I feel like he was slow in talking because he was not communicating with, a lot of kids, and I was not there enough because dad was working all the time, and I'm also picking up these hours because I want to make money because I have somebody who was watching him, which I thought was going to be enough, but it wasn't enough. You get what I'm saying? But he didn't have learning disabilities. He was just unnecessarily hype at the moment. You get what I'm saying? So, and sometimes we have to understand that kids like that are very stubborn and unnecessarily hype, and they go to daycare, and the daycare is like, oh, this child is so stubborn. If you're not careful with the way you approach things, they may make it seem like your child has some disabilities when your child does not have disabilities but needs guidance as to the way you're bringing the child up. So that's what happened to me. And then after I started staying home, I'm like, okay, now I'm not working no more. I'm just working night shift. By 11 o'clock, I'm going to work. By then, they're already sleeping. I put them to bed, do everything for them. And grandma is there watching them. When I come back, all I do is I sleep during the day because grandma is watching them. Then when I wake up, we start from there again. So I noticed that I saw a big difference, Aji. Like, this boy started listening and she changed completely because I was there to guide him. Because grandma was there, but it was not enough. And he wasn't even listening to grandma because you know how they treat their grandmas. They're like, oh, you just be quiet there.
Mm-hmm.
And mom is not here. I can do whatever I want. But when I started staying more, like, it was a huge difference, and a positive one for that matter. So as Africans, we need to be careful. Sometimes it's good to work and make money, but look at it this way. Do you really need to work, or do you want the money more? Sometimes if you have kids, you have to sacrifice, basically.
Sammy, you spoke about the Quran. Someone wrote it there, Dara. I saw someone said you can train your kids without even sending them to Dara. I would say why Dara is really important. It is very important. I've been talking to someone since last year, 6 May. A very close person to me. He is Gambian, but born here. Like I've never known, like I didn't know much about this person until 2 nights ago. This is very important to use as an example. And he said to me, he said to me, Aju, I said, what? He said, do you know that I've learned the whole Quran? I said, what? He said, yes. This person is so British that when he even speak Wolof, I tell him that you have a posh Wolof. Sammy, I didn't expect it. He said, Aji, I said, yes. He said, when I was a kid growing up in here, I used to steal. I would go to stores. Yes, I would. hey, musuma ko expect that this person would tell me this, but we had a conversation and we went deep and he opened up. He said, I used to go to different stores as a teenager and I used to steal. And my dad used to say, stop, my mom, like, dama digger bopa. And I was sent to Gambia. He said, when I went to Gambia, when he spoke about grandma, he said, my grandpa couldn't come to me. The small my second imami pipeline mosque. He said, they had to send me to Senegal to learn the Quran. He said, I must mastered the Quran. And when this guy started reading the Quran, he said, Aji, you know what? After I went to Dara, I started fearing God. He said, dama ragal yàlla boo xam ne man ragal naa toog sax di njaalo ak jigéen te takuma ko. He said, there are many things that you don't even know about me because it's not time to open up. And this guy is reading surah to surah. And he said, do you know that every Ramadan, dama dee jiite nit si jàkka bi every 10 days. I was surprised. And he said, Aji, Dara helped me going back to learn the religion. My kid will go back and learn Dara. I was like, oh my God, this is how important, because sometimes it's good when you are doing things as a teenager to learn the Quran so that you will fear God, you will know God and all of those things. Because most of the things in the Quran would tell you, will tell you, don't do this, because when you do this, like I was saying, this is what is going to happen. And you start repenting to God. This is what happened to that guy. So that's why it's good to take your kids to Dara,
Absolutely. I agree with you, Ajay. I do agree with you. I mean, if you don't believe in religion, then fine. Yeah, kids can still be raised without, the religion, but it also helps, especially some of us that are from Gambia. It's a very religious country, as is either you're a Muslim or you are a Christian, and even if you're a Christian, we do have scripture studies there. So those who are Christians will do scripture studies. And then if you're one of those people who have been in a Christian school before, whereby sometimes you'll have the ustaz come and teach us, and then you'll have the scripture teacher come and teach us, you'll notice that they will be saying almost the same thing, and there's just some slight differences. So religion is important as far as I'm concerned, it is very important. But if you're not a religious person, obviously you can still raise kids without the religion. We're not saying that you can't raise the kids without your religion. For sure.
And Sammy, one thing again, I need to tell people, like especially Gambians, when we say mental health, it does not mean that when you, like, many Gambians will go to their GPs and say, oh, I'm depressed. Depression is part of mental health. So many Gambians don't go and seek for help because they believe that if I go, they will give me medications to take, like garab, damadof, or garabidov. No, it does not mean when you have mental health issues, you have to take medication. Dafa am level boom there them for you to take medications. You can have mental health issues and go for counseling, and you can have mental health issues and go for therapy. So when you are mentally down, it does not mean you have to take garab. And sometimes it gets to a place that they give you happy pills. And if you watch one of our videos, Safi did my struggle with mental health, and she said she was taking the tablets, and which is called happy pills. It's just something to keep you happy and take you off from being depressed. Some people, this is why they don't declare themselves like depressed or having mental health issues. We need to speak to Gambians about mental health.
Okay, Aji, let me reply to this person. He said, anyone who feels they have to beat up a child to teach them morals have failed as a parent. So it's not about beating the child. Like I personally don't condone like beating, but also, and you also said that you was flogged by your parents and refused to beat your child. So it depends on the level of beating you went through. So sometimes you'll just spank these kids, just a little spank. There is nothing wrong with that. But if you were being flogged and you feel like you've been abused, then that's a different thing. Because definitely there are some parents that will like abuse you, like beating you. They'll beat you, and it's like the craziest beating. You beat a child until they start having marks all over their backs. That's not what I'm talking about. So if this is something that you went through, then obviously I don't agree with something like that. But when it comes to like little spanks, to straighten a child, and even like hold something and say, you want me to spank you? And you don't have to spank them. Sometimes nowadays people bring up kids without even having to beat them, because there are other ways that you can punish a child without beating. But somebody like me, my grandma beat me several times, but I love her now. Growing up, I didn't know why she was beating me. I used to be like, she's a wicked woman. I wish she died, But now that I'm here, I know why she was trying to train me and just put me through the right path. Because I remember those days when I wait until she goes to bed and I'll sneak out, because I want to go to maybe one party that she refused me to go to, and those parties that I wanted to go to, it's not the best place for me to be at. But because I'm a teenager, I'm thinking about, oh, my boyfriend is going to be there, or guys are going to be there, and we're going to have fun. So sometimes when I do that and I come, she noticed that I'm not there, she'll wait for me, and I come back, then I'll get a beating. Like I said, at the time, I thought she was a wicked person, but now I know she did it for me. She did it to make me better. She did it to make me the great woman that I am today. So if you're talking about abuse, and if you have gone through it, we are not condoning that in any way. But spanking and doing like maybe a couple of beatings because the child did something so that they can know that it's wrong, I don't see anything wrong with that, unless you're using it to abuse that child.
Yeah, Sammy, you're right. I think, like, seriously, a child should be disciplined. Like, this is what I tell people. We from Africa, we're from homes. Many people in here are from flats. You have to know the difference. ñun si kër la ñu yare ñu yar ñu fu ñu wara yar. Am na yoo xam ne you don't even dare do it. But in here, you see these kids, they just sit in these flats. This is what I tell Safi's kids. You people just sit in these flats. You don't even move. All you do is take the remote. King, changing channels like you are Bill Gates' daughters and Bill Gates' sons. Are you mad? Sometimes that girl is starting. I tell Safi, tell this girl to go and wash all these dishes. She will, Jan, wait. I say, your daughter is even 30. She doesn't know how to boil rice. In Gambia, tell me, every 9-year-old, 10-year-old, most of them, they know how to cook rice, period. So this is the problem with this country. Sometimes we're like, hey, you beating mandamokowa, tadombi dora babugad.
You're crazy.
No,
listen, he said, I went to Calvary Baptist School in Monrovia, Liberia, and beatings were common in the late 80s. When a student got hit in the eye with a switch and got injured, that's when it stopped. I get what you're saying. And it's not only in Liberia, but I think it's all over Africa. Beatings were common. Teachers would beat kids like crazy. I remember when I went to a school with my grandma, because a teacher beat my brother, and then he had like red eye. Somehow, maybe something entered his eye, and it was crazy. Like, my family wanted to call the police on that person. So sometimes, obviously, it can turn out to be abuse. Some people can be very abusive, and then a lot of teachers did abuse kids just because they know they can beat them, or they're given the right to do so. You know what I'm saying? Because nothing comes out of it. So those are not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how we can bring up our kids at home. I would rather discipline my child. If I have to spank my child or discipline my child, I would rather do it by myself than have somebody else do it. But if I'm not there, and I know it's necessary for this person to help me discipline the child, not abuse the child, then wholeheartedly, I'll give you the permission, because that's what I know in Africa. That's how I'm brought up. If my child does something and I come home and somebody say, you know what your child did today, this and this, and I know that's a bad thing, I'll ask that adult first, and what did you do? You should have disciplined him. Not meaning you should have beat him or you should have abused him, but you can discipline him in so many other ways. That next time he's not going to do it when mommy is not there, because he knows that auntie is there. Anyways,
yes,
we have Kwesi. So Welcome to the panel, Kwesi, and thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me on this YouTube channel.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I saw the title and I thought, okay, this is a very, very heavy topic, isn't it? Because I've spoken about a lot of heavy topics, but this is like the heaviest because of the nature and the brutality of it. You feel me? Remember, everyone loves their mom more than anybody else, even more than their dads, even more than themselves. You feel me? When people insult other people's moms, they will defend their mom and get into a fight with it rather than them getting insulted. So it's a very, very harsh, it's a very, very bad situation that's happened. But what I can say is that what a lot of African parents don't realize is that once you have kids abroad, outside of your country, especially outside of Africa, your kids are no longer African in the true sense of the word. So you may be able to think you might discipline them and everything, but they wouldn't understand. You feel me? One thing you have to understand and realize is that you're a product of your environment. So if you have kids, say, because I'm here in the UK, innit? If you have kids, if you have kids, say, here in the UK or America or anywhere in the Western world, for example, bringing up your child in an African way may be good, but to some extent is also going to be damaging for them because they wouldn't quite understand why you're beating them and disciplining them compared to kids back home in Africa where, you know, they beat in schools. Where I'm from in Ghana, even a neighbor can beat you if you cause problems, and they'll report you to your mom or your parents, and your parents will beat you up as well. You feel me? There's remember there's a saying, it takes a village to raise a child. But this story that you're talking, the reason why I decided to call it, because it happened in Italy where a Ghanaian young man also killed his mom and his mom. I don't know under what circumstances, but it was similar to do with that. And what we have to realize is that the kids in the Western world are no longer African in the true sense of the word. From the way you can bring up a child in Africa where, you know, even a neighbor or an adult down the street who knows the family can discipline them. You feel me? You can't, a neighbor in the Western world can't do that. They wouldn't even bother to get involved. So I think it's important to us realize that once the kids are born and raised in the Western world, they may be African in terms of lineage but they're no longer African in terms of the mindset and the way of life and understanding because they are a product of their environment. Like I said, I don't really know too much about the story itself as to what happened, but that's just what I just said is what I had to say in it. So yeah. I hope
Thank you so much. Yeah, you did. You did make some good points. And of course, these are some of the things that we have to understand. And you saying that once they're born in outside of Africa, you know, they're no longer Africans. Like the mindset is no longer that African mindset because they're born in a different culture, okay? And this is what plays with the kids' mind. Obviously, they're going to see other people not being treated probably the way you want to treat them, which is the African way, and they'll feel like you want to abuse them, thereby getting you in trouble. And I understand what you're saying completely. And I feel this is like some of the problems a lot of parents are facing right now because they're trying to bring up the child the African way, but the child is not ready to take that because they're born in a different culture, which also like supports them and gives them so much power to stand and fight you if you want to abuse them because they see it as abuse.
Which they would even call the police
on you
as the parent. So I think it's up to African parents to, if they want to bring up their child, it's up for them to balance it between the African culture and the new Western culture they're in.
True.
Because the kids are no longer African in the true sense of the word.
Yes.
I like what you said because the thing is that sometimes we want to do that African culture to the extent that the child cannot even look at you in the eyes and tell you how they're feeling. Exactly. And even let you know sometimes if you're wrong and correct you. Because, you know, like in African culture, sometimes you can't even correct an adult. You get what I'm saying? It's like when they say, like, when an adult says something, even if they're wrong, you just have to ignore it. You know, sometimes you have to be friends with them. You have to, you know, show them love and don't make them to be scared scared of use. I feel sometimes our kids in the diaspora are so scared because of that African, and then people are joking about it. When I see like YouTube, I watch these YouTube videos like how an African mom behaves, you know, if you steal an African mom's food in the kitchen, how they're gonna beat you. And it's like a comedy, you get what I'm saying? And they talk about them. But these are some of the things that it's not funny in this type of culture. You get what I'm saying? Or when your African mom sees your boyfriend, how they will beat you or how they'll treat you. You don't have to treat them like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, we have to balance both cultures because we are in a different environment. That way, we don't go to jail because of our child, or we don't lose our kids forever, which is going to make not only us regret our actions, but the child also is like both of us are going to regret what happens if this system decides to take your child away from you. The child may not know in the beginning, but at some point they'll figure it out. And they know it's bad for them. So that balance is very important in bringing up our kids. Hi, Re-Empire. Thank you so much for joining. Re-Empire. Okay.
Yes. Hi, sis.
Hi, how are you? Welcome.
Hi, Sammy. How are you?
I'm good.
Thanks for inviting me. I was
You're
listening to
welcome.
the conversation. This is my concern. I've been talking about this for some years now, because
Okay.
It's sad. It's very sad moment for for Gambians, and to hear that Gambian skill, someone is very rare, talk less of their own mother. But we have to accept the fact that Western world is not for us. It's like we have economic problem, like we are all coming here to to find a better life or other things, like but it's crazy. Here it's not for us. That's the fact. Every day they remind you that. And to raise your kids in Europe or America, it's very sad. I don't want to rush. I want to listen to you a bit, because I just joined in. I don't know how how you people are handling the topic, so I will not go for it. I will just be listening. Maybe later I can come back. But it's very sad. The fact of the matter is, Western culture is not for us. And it spoils child and their mindset. It makes them think different. They will have black skin, but the mind, because the Western schools, when they attend that, they show you things that are not real. They taught you things that are not, like according to African, culture, are not good. So, I'll be listening. I'll be listening. I will come later, I think.
Okay, no problem. Joe Kevin, do you want to come on board? And he said there are no difference between diaspora kids and Western kids growing up in that toxic environment. So I really don't understand what you're saying. Is it like you're talking about like continental kids are growing up in a toxic environment, and you think diasporans are also going through the same? I don't know. Anyways, IG, what do you want to say to everything that we just said?
Sammy, I just want to say hi to my brother, the Empire. I miss seeing your videos. How are you? Yeah, I'm always happy when we have platforms like this and our brothers come in to support us. It's a good feeling, because I told you guys I love my Gambian brothers. Small Bilal man, you're not So Sammy, I will just agree with Kwesi. He made some very important points. I would just, like I was saying, we need to balance it sometimes. I love to use example with Surface kids, because if I speak to Surface kids and say, "Oh, you're Gambian," they will say, "No, auntie, I'm not Gambian. I'm British." So you see, they will tell you straight away they're not Gambian. So sometimes we need to balance it. With Sammy, Nun African biden meti. We are very strict. We want to use force to do everything. We want to control. And that, I was saying, the control, sometimes it gets to a point, yeah. Gis nga biir bu xiifee joy, xool bu feesee vippu, dang ko defa def danga not nit ki ba nga xam ne dafa bëgg a nokki di mun a nokki mu vippu. Si vippo rek am nga problem. And this is what these kids do. Sometimes we need to know that these kids, they're born and raised here. Look at one of our videos where Safi's kid learned Dara. She said, "I'm not learning the Quran." Why are you not learning the Quran? Because I don't want to. In Gambia, you're not mad, you're not mental. Lekulo kani budija. jaba jambo ngane yora nga was some parents in a man duma dem dara. But she boldly said, I'm not gonna learn the Quran. Why? Because I don't want to. I don't, you know what she said? I don't want to be controlled, to be told. 11-year-old. This video is like one years ago. No, 12. I don't want to be told what to do. She's telling you.
Wow.
Yes. If that video is on our channel, if you don't want to, she's telling you that she does not want to be told. And Safi's husband is telling her there's a life comes with rules. Even when you go, that's why we have traffic lights. You go across the traffic light, you cause accident. Trying to break it down for her. These kids, sometimes we have to know that they're born and raised here. Their whole life they spend it here. So if you want to bring that African culture by force, small head down Kodef. Like we that are even from Africa, we don't like how our parents sometimes bring us up. But at the end of the day, we benefit a lot from it. Because today I always say, my mom does not smile. Even my friends tell me, tell your mom to smile. Mama, that woman, you can never see her smiling. I don't know for what reason. She's happy, but she's not. I don't even know. This is how strict my mom is. Oh, okay. I don't even have to put my shoes, and my kids won't wear my shoes because some of them then your mother man. This is how African parents will tell you. So Kwesi is very right. We need to know that, hey, these kids are born and raised here. So sometimes we have these people, they don't know beating. All they know is sit down and put some sense into them. If we try to bring the African culture, the full African culture, you have to do this by force. We will end up having problems with our kids every time. And we all know that in Europe, there are more single moms than anything in Europe. We all these women are single mom raising their child. There are kids that haven't seen their dads more than 5 years, 6 years. Their moms are struggling. So yes, we and it's Sammy, you said it at the beginning. It's very good and important that every household have a man in it. If there is the father is not there, the uncle will be there. But in Europe, you know that we're all single and raising one kid. So this is what I have to say to what Kwesi just said.
Yeah, and then I just want to make something clear. When like we're Gambians, so we just say beating. But when we say beating, we don't mean like beating your child. We're talking about disciplining your child, and it's more like spanking.
So we just say beating.
Somebody have a second screen on.
We don't mean like beating.
Okay, thank you guys. So what we meant is like just trying to discipline the child or spank them here and there when needed, and not necessarily abusing them by beating them like crazy. Anyways, hi Marcel, thank you for joining as well, and welcome to the panel. This is the first time I'm seeing Marcel, or is he gone? This is the first time I'm seeing Marcel on my panel. You crack me up a lot.
Hi, Sammy.
Hi.
Are you guys getting me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. What I want to say about this topic is very important.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Hi, Aji.
Hi, small brother, be Marcel.
Managers ngale. Real Empire. We miss you long time.
Yes, brother, I was in the Gambia. I just came
I
like 1 week ago,
know.
I think.
That's good.
Yeah.
Sammy, for me, what I want to say about this topic, to be honest to God, European system is not for African people. That one we have to be very careful about it. The European system is not for African people. And secondly, we Gambians, we know. But if I say Africa, maybe, some part of Africa, we are from West Africa. So I will talk about Gambia and Senegal, the way we brought up our kids, the way our moms brought up. So sometimes you want to do bad things, you will see one of your mom's friends or your uncle's friends, your brother, you will hide. Because when they saw you, they will report you or either they beat you. So you have to hide. But Europe, there are some things you cannot do it because of this child's rights. They involve police and other things. At the end of the day, they will jail you. Look at their prison system. If you go 100%, 95% are all blacks. So it's too bad. It's too bad, to be honest. One thing I like, just look at our Sarakule people, the way they brought up their kids, no matter what. They have the money, they have the document, but when they give you back, they will take you back to Africa. You have to go to either Arabic school, English school. You have to have the mentality of the African culture until You have matured, then they will bring you back. Some people, they will leave you there until you have wife, then they bring you back with your wife. To be honest with God, for me, to be honest with God, I really like Saragule people, the way they brought up their kids. But, we have to be very careful. Although, Europe is somehow crazy, but we have to be very careful. For me, I don't pray it. To have kids in Europe here, no. That is not my plan. Because I see many things, the way things are going in this country. The system is not for black people. The system is not for us. At the end of the day, you will suffer. Just look at this thing. Even Sweden, last, I think 3 months back or 4 months, this lady who normally do YouTube, Ajitipus. There was a Gambian guy, the same thing. They joined this gangster group. One of his friends shot him. Yeah. And the mother was crying, and he's the only child, the mom have. And the father left. The father went and get married to one lady. It's too sad, We Gambians, we are all the same, so we know how we brought. But if you talk about Africa, some people against this is not Africa. Because I saw one comment, the guy saying that, I don't know whether it's Dunku or I don't know, I cannot pronounce the name. He said that the way our parents are disciplined, if at all they are disciplined, Africa will not be in mess. How can someone say that? Africa is in mess because of white people, because of the mentality they gave us our kids.
Exactly.
So if you are sitting down here, if you are sitting down here,
people of Africa are
it's
great
because
people.
of the white people. It's because of the white people. But we Africa, we have our own culture. We have our own living. You cannot do certain things. You cannot stand out in front of your mom. You tell mom you are lying. Mom, what you are saying. In Africa, you don't do that. There are certain things. Even your mom just watch at you. You know that direct what your mom means. You have to move, or either you have to sit, or either you have to do something good. But in Europe, you are feel free to do anything. They say child's right. We African people, we don't know child's right. Although no one will say that, you have to beat your kids. No. But there are certain things you have to punish them. But when people are sitting down here, they are commenting, this system, Africa is like this, Africa is in mess because of this and this. I wonder whether you are African or what. Because of you come to Europe now, you have this white mentality. It's too crazy.
Dakano, if you wanna come on board, because it's a he. Yeah. He said he's talking from experience, so that's why I wanted to make sure that maybe he didn't go through abuse, and then he's trying to compare it to what we're talking about, like disciplining in an African culture. Maybe you went through abuse. So if you can come on board and share your experience or tell us exactly, where your talking points are coming from, we will really appreciate it, because everybody is welcome in this channel. It doesn't matter. We can agree to disagree, and then we can learn from each other as well. You can come on board if you want to, okay? Go ahead, Marcel.
Yeah, like what I'm saying, no matter what, even he went through those meds, it doesn't mean that you don't, when you have kids in Europe, you should not train them as Africans. No, although you have to balance it, because there are laws here. If you do something, your child will call police on you. At the end of the day, they will charge you, or they take your kids away from you. At the end of the day, now, what is the benefit of giving birth? Just for the sake of I have kids, they don't respect you, they don't know their culture, they don't know anything. They just have this European mindset. Anything they feel like to do, they will do it. God even didn't say that. Gambia, Gambia, the way they brought up. You have to go, you have to know your religion, you have to know your culture, you have to respect your elders, your brothers. Even your brother do some certain things. You don't have right to tell your brother, oh, you are lying, oh, you are doing no. There are ways how you talk to your brother. But in Europe, you can stand and insult your mom. Nothing will happen. So we African, we have to be very careful, because the system is not for us. We are from Africa, we have our culture, we have our norms, so we have to value that thing. But sometimes most of these African parents, either both man and woman, because of money and other things, you want to work, you want to build story building back at home, you want to buy luxury cars, you don't have time for your kids. Sometimes it's crazy. No matter what, money is good, but you have to value your kids first. Yeah, that's the only thing I have to say.
Thank you, very fine. Marcel, Dakano, to be honest, somebody said we are attacked on different levels. Like, If you want to come on board, please come on board. And I promise we're not going to get offended. We're listening to each other. He said we're going to be offended. We will not be offended.
No, brother, we are all African.
Experience
You
is
have,
different,
yeah.
and we're going to make sure, I will make sure we all respect each other's opinion. You might have a different opinion and we have a different opinion, but what matters is to hear each other speak and listen to each other and hopefully learn from each other. You never can tell. Somebody might be going through the things that you were just talking about and why you said it, and you coming on board and saying it or talking about it can, bring some type of change of mindset about that person. You never know who you're going to help. A lot of people do watch these videos. Anyways, I promise we're not going to be offended. I don't get offended a lot. So it's my channel, but everybody's invited and your opinion is respected by me. Anyways, Re-Empire, what's your thought on what Marcel said?
Yes, thank you, like me, I've been talking about this for so long, the European system, is very dangerous for like black people, not even African alone, like black people in general, in a sense that the way they taught us, the way they even, let's talk about our history, like the way they taught our people in United States or in UKKK, like you can know exactly they are brainwashing them, but they are putting some kind of mentality that it will never be like, it will never work in anywhere around the world, anywhere, I mean. Like Africa, we may be poor, we may be, maybe we don't have certain things, but the fact of the matter is anywhere we go, we try to fit anywhere in this world. Like culture shock and other things are not problem to us because how our parents brought up us, and because of the situation that we we grew up. So African culture in general, here in Italy, most of the time, people said, I'm stubborn, because me, I know myself. I never want, I don't allow anybody to tell me who I am. I attended a school that I was the only black in my class, only black in my class. But they tried so hard to make me believe that they are on the right side. Whatever they said is the truth. I am, inferior to them. You understand? But I'm kind of person that you don't play with me. I know who I am. You cannot tell me who I am. What I told them is, I know my country, where I came from, and I know here. Where did you go? How many languages can you speak? What are the signs of elderly people? How do you know that they are angry or they are not? You people don't care here. So even if you can, like, the cultures are totally different. Let me come to the topic, like, to have kids or to raise kids in Europe, to me, is so unfortunate that we see it as priority or as something good to come here, have kids. What we talk about, to have education, better education or better future. At the end of the day, these are the people who will be brainwashed because they are totally learning from, let me say, evil schools. In a sense that they tell them things that are they crazy, I know people who are raising their kids here. They are finding it so difficult. At the end of the day, they have to go with the vibe. They have to go with the style that are imposed on them. So it's so sad. You cannot raise your kids in a way that you want. When kids are between 0 to let's say 15 years, they can be anything, they bad or good. So they need their parents to guide them in certain ways. But certain kids also are very stubborn. Not to be beaten, not to beat them or other thing, but there is a way to punish them or to show them some way in different ways. You cannot only talk to them. Sometimes you have to. My father beat me. He beat it he did so many things because I was refusing to go to school. I wanted to go to English school, but instead he took me to Arabic school. So I wanted to change my school. He said I have to graduate from Arabic school, grade 12. And I have to get very good results before I will go to English school. But I was angry. I was angry that he never let me, he don't want me to go to that school, English school. But after graduating from Arabic school, I later understand the reason why he refused to give me, to allow me to go. But after going, I went to grade 10 straight. I never attended primary school or say junior school. I went to senior school direct because I already have the Arabic subject, because in Arabic school we have more than 20 something subjects, 22 subjects. That's what we have. So that I'm narrating this story just to let you know, like when you give, when you allow your kids to make decisions at very early age, or you allow them to say whatever, to do whatever at very early age, is dangerous. Because they may make decisions that they understand, like at the end of the day, will harm them. But we don't know as a kids. So it's sad that Africans are falling into this trap, and we are still believing it. We are seeing it as something good. Like it's sad. It's so sad. So I wish, African, when we come to Europe, you have kids, you can send them back to Africa, let them learn the culture and come back. People are paying thousands of dollars to know their culture. So you have your culture. Why will you be selfish, or be afraid to send your kids back to Africa to learn? Me, I'm here. I got married in the Gambia. I know even if I bring my wife here, when you have kids, we will send them back. Here is not my place. I'm not even planning to stay here for 10 years. So we are planning to go back. Instead, you are training your kids the culture that they will go back with that culture.
All right.
They will go back, and at the end of the day, you will fight them, you will do whatever, but you will not kill them, because that's the mindset. They taught them, they make them believe in certain things that are not good for them. So it's so sad and so disappointing that we are still talking about it. So let someone else come.
Okay. Thank you. And Ori, how are you doing? Thank you for joining.
Oh yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. How y'all doing?
Good. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for having me. I just luckily found this topic, and it was just like I've been listening to some of those who have just spoke before, and I absolutely agree with them, especially with the brother that just spoke now. You see, most of the time that I say we African, I will be talking, well, like you all know I'm from Nigeria, right? But in general, when we talk about African, I see us like our photocopy. I talk about like imitating the Western world. By the time we start imitating, I discovered that the way we African even handle it is even worse sometimes than the Western world. Look, for those who bring their kids from Africa, honestly, what everyone have said in the before me, honestly, is just exactly what is happening. When the kids get here, they even behave worse. Some of them, don't let me say every one of them, most of them behave worse than the kids they found here. Like Sister Sammy, like we discussed, and I think I told you about my movement, right? Like going to the Gambia. I discussed some with some of my friends here, like I'm gonna move my family there for peace sake and other things like that. I want to move my kids there, let them school, even though if it is British school or US school. I found like two friends that have been like talking down to me, like, "Are you okay taking your kids from Nigeria to there?" Blah blah blah. I was like, you guys don't understand. I'm in the shoe. I understand. I know what I want. Why are we working? Let's ask ourselves some few questions. Yeah, we're gonna go grow old, and we're gonna pass away one day. How do we want our legacy to be? What do we want? How do we want our future to be? This it depends on our kids. So if you train them good now, you're gonna gain it in the future. If you train them bad, you're gonna gain it maybe here in your lifetime or after. Like someone just said there, Africa. Training our kids in the Western world is not for us. To be honest, it's very important that we go along with our culture. I hear Sister Sammy, you said something about not beating kids, or something like not discipline kids, right? Not beating kids. Am I correct?
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with you. That is the system that I always preach to most friends. I would rather talk to them, the twins. Hey, my mommy, if I call them, I called my kids, they're back home up to now. I call them every night, every day. When I talk to them, oh, mommy beat me, or teacher beat me, or something beat me. Most of the time, I always want to talk to their mom. Like, you know what? Hey, we might not have a good chemistry, but when it comes to the kids, please let's have the same mindset. Let's have the same way of doing things together. Talk to them rather than beating them. Talk to them, advise them. Tell me if Taiwo tell me today, my mommy beat me or Taiwo beat me or my friend beat me. What did you do? I'll ask the question. What did you do? Why did they beat you? What did you do? He will tell me. Then I'll tell them. Do you know if you do this, they won't beat you? Do you know if you do that, she won't beat you? But if you do this, she will beat you. So try it next time. Don't do what she asks you not to do. Then tell me if she will beat you. Then the next time we might just be talking. I'll be like, hey, Taiwo, did your mommy beat you today? No, mommy did not beat me. Why? Oh, she asked me to do this and I did that. Okay, good. You see, they'll start learning from there. They will be teaching themselves. All this thing we tell them, it's fixed in their brain. They will from there go ahead and stay copying from what we are telling them, how you train them. When I was young, I used to be very bully to my sister, my own senior sister. When we go to school, when she talks, they would beat. She would do something. I'll beat her like hell from school. When we get home, she'll tell my dad. My dad will beat me, cane me, cane me. Then it got to a stage that I'll tell her, sis, you know waiting, just do any nonsense, I'll beat you at school. You know, when I go home, they're gonna beat me. That's all. But you, I will beat the hell out of you at the school. So it gets to
Mm-hmm.
because it gets to a stage that I don't care about the cane anymore. Then it got to my mom start calling me like, she would call me and talk to me like, why do you have to beat your own senior sister? Don't you know if your friends, she just start talking to me like a mother and all this stuff like that. From there, I started thinking about it. Why should I? Why should I do this? Why should I? Then I started dropping it. Giving kids corporal punishment, beating them, slapping them. My kids, when they beat them from last week, a teacher spanked one on spanked the boy out of the twins. They spanked them on the head. When we are talking at night, every night before they go to bed, we'll talk. Then he was telling me, my Mrs. B spanked me on my head. Thank you for real. Then I called the mom, go to that school tomorrow. Go and talk to that Mrs. B. I want to ask her some few questions. Did you really spank her? You spanked the entire world. He said, yes. Why? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, you know what? You don't need to spank him because you're just training him to be bully. Talk to him, give him some punishment or, try to discuss with him. I tried to talk to this woman, she won't listen. The following day, I think another parent came and report. Another parent like that, like that. Then when they held the meeting on the forum here, like I can't count how many teachers were, how many parents were complaining about this same teacher. Then I was like, this is not how to train kids. We shouldn't do this because if you train them that way, we're going to end up, just making them more stubborn. So when I saw this topic of this topic like a boy killed the mother, I was asking myself, what could I be? Has the mother offended him before? Is there any connection or they've been away for a long time? What could be that could even make a child to that extent do such to the mother? Then I kind of resort to be like, maybe it might be some training. I mean, the way they mixed up, it depends on the kind of friends or how the child was brought up. If there's no good connection between him and the mother and they didn't train him very well from the beginning, this might result to this. But into the way you train your kids, I think it matters a lot. It matters a lot. We Africans should not even forget about our culture. Most of us when we get here now, we forget about our culture. We want to be like we want to behave the way they behave here. And to be honest, I'm not trying to say it's bad, but you see that culture is there. Like that brother said, a lot of people are ready to spend thousands to even get that culture to train themselves. People take their kids back home and go give grandma to train for them, just for them to get this knowledge of how their culture is. So, and they send money home to
Right.
be doing all these things. Those people are not stupid. They know what they are doing before they can send their kids. Not that they don't love their kids, but they want them to get that training, which is very, very important. So it's just unfortunate for those who have their kids here. We know you don't want to beat them, you don't want to touch them, you're afraid if they get to school, they're going to tell the teachers and stuff like that. But I think holding the kind of dialogue and the way you talk to them and handle them from home matters a lot. So we shouldn't neglect this area. It's very, very important because at the end of the day, it's still going to tell on us. If you train your child very well, very good, honestly, you're going to meet it there. If you let them go like that, like, oh, they're Western world, oh, my kids are Americans, my child are British or whatever, you're going to meet yourself there one day because you're going to get to a stage, you're going to be having that pain in you that why didn't I just take my time to train them, give them train them through with my culture and all these things in the future. So I hope all parents will listen to to read this topic and it really grab a lot from this. We don't say we shouldn't make our children to connect with the Western world. We're not saying that, but please, we should never forget our culture. I will stay I will make sure they grow up very well in the Western world. In the Africa continent very well. Make sure they are okay. Like the brother said, like Arabic. When it was most of us here, we can't. How many of us can take our children to the Arabic school here? It can't be like back there, and it's kind of important for us to let them know. If you're a Muslim, I'm a Muslim now, so I'd rather give them some background training about our religion. That from there, the fear of God can be in their heart. Anywhere they go, they will still remember, oh, this is what they taught us. This is how they said we should do things. We should be fearful to this. We shouldn't do that. This is lying is not good, blah, blah, things like that. But here, I have been looking around. I haven't seen any Arabic school like that. I was asking myself, like, if I want to bring them here, there are some things I really need for them to go through, but they are not effective around me. So I was like, no, I'd rather just let them stay, get more training there, get used to the culture very well. So by the time they now grow more and they move around, then I'll be rest assured, like, okay, no problem. At least I know when they say the kids are doing bad things there, with this, I think my kids are not going to be among them. That's how I'm going to be thinking. So, and Aggie, I think you are going to believe with me that is this is how we're going to train our kids, Aggie. And I hope you are feeling better. I've been praying for you all this while.
Okay, thank you so much, Ori. And I like the different opinions people are bringing into this topic, which is basically saying that even though we love our African upbringing, but there are some of them that are not the best for us. So, okay, some people are bringing up kids in a bad way, even though they're Africans and they're saying it's the African culture. Some type of upbringings or some type of African mindsets that we have also needs to go, but we have a lot of good ones that we can implement into, our way of bringing up our kids. And then we have those ones that we need to get rid of because they're damaging us as a people. They're damaging our children. Okay. Like you talked about when a teacher beat up your child, and there's a lot of Africans that can give you that example, and that beating is a problem because they're not disciplining the child. You mentioned something and you said you're teaching him how to be a bully. And he's going to go and beat somebody else. Not just beat somebody else. There will come a time where he will not be scared of beating anymore. I believe a lot of us Africans, even the ones in the chat, some people can attest to that there was a point that they know they're going to get beaten if they do something bad. So they'll be like, I want to do it, so I just do it anyways. I'm still going to get beaten because your body got used to it. You know what I'm saying? And that's a problem because when that happens to kids, now they're not scared of all the bad things they're doing anymore because it's just a beating and they feel like they don't even feel the pain at some point. So these are some of the bad ones that needs to go. Like I said, there's a lot of other ways that we can discipline kids. And when we say spanking kids, it's not like beating. The beatings that I'm talking about is like when people will hold like a kid, let me give an example. Let's say a kid does something and you didn't say anything to the child until like early in the morning, or maybe when it's time to go to bed. Wait until everybody goes to bed and you started beating the child with like all these if you're Gambian, you know all these things they call, I forgot, they call it lemar. That thing that some people will use to beat their kids, it's like a whip. It's like a very, very bad whip. Like it can cut your skin, you know? There are parents that used to do that to their kids. They'll have that whip, then they'll threaten you and say, my whip, today I'm gonna deal with you. Like, or at school, some teachers will have whips, some teachers will have pipes to beat kids. All those are cultures that needs to go. If you're Africans, I don't know about other Africans, but Gambians, like I remember in school, I had a teacher that used to have like a long pipe and would beat the hell out of people. If you're not careful, sometimes on your hands, you can have like a very big cut on your hand. So all those things needs to stop and go, because definitely, like Ori said, we are teaching them how to be bullies. And at some point, they won't even be scared of it. So it needs to go. But we have other African like ways of upbringing that helps us. For example, I give an example of me. I used to get spanked a lot, but I realized that I used to do bad things, but I didn't realize it when I was young in my teenage ages. I just realized it when I got older that it's bad for me and I don't want my child to do the same thing, and those things are gonna be like experiences that if I have a girl child, I would expect she could do it. And she will just behave the same way that I did. She will not like me to talk to her. She will not like me to stop her. But she needs to be disciplined because she don't realize what I'm doing for her until it's too late or until she's an adult. That's when they realize it. Anyways, Re-Empire, I saw you shaking your head, so I'm going to let you come in now.
Okay, thank you very much. Most of the time, I disagree with people in the part that, to, like, beating, understand, to stop beating. Like, I don't want people to abuse children. Like, that is totally out of it. But there are some children who needed to be beaten. Like me, myself, I was a kid. I was very stubborn. Very, very, very stubborn. I fought every day. People will come to our compound complaining to my mother that, Pabi, because they call me Pabi. Pabi beat my children. Like I did crazy things, at that moment, But my father used to beat me. He is very strict. So at the end of the day, like I went up to the extent that I am, I feel like, I shouldn't do it because if I do it, I'll be beaten. So there is two types. It depends on the kids. We cannot say, let us eradicate, let us stop beating kids. To abuse them, that one is out of it. But to beat them in a certain way, that remind them, that tell them that, next time don't do it. But you have to warn them, you have to talk to them to, try other ways before we reach to the beating stage. But if we come up to that level, we have to do that. So to stop beating totally, Arabic school, like English schools, they stop it like long time ago. Arabic school, no. If you go late, they beat you. That's the fact. Even if you are how many years old, they beat you. But that beating doesn't need to harm you, but to make you feel ashamed of what you do or what you did. So it depends on the person who is carrying the beating or who's carrying the who is trying to to, let me say, to discipline the kids.
Child.
Depend on that part. But that doesn't mean like we should stop beating. No. If that if my dad didn't beat me at that stage, at this moment I'll be doing some crazy things. I'm sure of that because I was doing crazy things. Go to people's compound, take their hand, like I was doing so many crazy things. I was so into music and other stuffs, I was not focused in school. So it went up to the extent my father promised me that if I finish Arabic school, he will buy me a car. He tried all those ways, but it didn't work out. That's why he started beating me. So when we are talking about beating, let's stop beating, let's stop beating. We should think that we should understand that there are kids that need to be beaten. That's the fact. So that's why if you are talking about the time you are talking about it, I was shaking my head because it's crazy. Sometimes it's needed, huh?
Okay.
Some is
Okay.
not around. Who else is there? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like when we say beating, like sometimes, honestly, hmm, because the reason why I'm saying this is that I experienced like beating too. Like I said, my grandma used to beat me, and I didn't enjoy some type of beating, and I thought. I'm not gonna say it was abuse, she was trying to, bring me up the right way, but I just feel like they're not the best type of like discipline we should be giving to the kids. You know what I'm saying? It's just some type of beating, like Re-Empire. I don't know how you were beating, but if they're using like all those hose pipes that teachers use in schools to beat you all the time, or they're using whips to beat you, that's basically. And sometimes people are angry at a child to the extent they don't realize when they're harming the child's body. Some people, like you would see, they show you like the marks they have all from beatings. Like that's crazy. So we gotta be really careful of something like that as well. And Marcel, go ahead, Marcel. I almost forgot about you.
Yeah, for me, to be honest, it was totally, yeah, beating. We have to, that one we have to let it go. But there are
Mhm.
some things. For me, I prefer punishment than beating because I remember, my aunt always punish me when I do something bad. She always
Yeah.
punish me. Either I have to do pick point, or either I have to do monkey dance, or I have to sit one place more than 3 hours, 4 hours. I will not move. Yeah, for that one I like it. But beating, to be honest with Africa, we have to like, But according to what Empire says, some people are there, to be honest with those kids, you have to flog them. Some kids are very stubborn, to be honest with you. You will talk both day and night, they will never listen.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. Although it's not easy.
Yeah,
Africa, there are some things we have to let it go, but our culture and tradition, we have to, that one, we have to follow it. Because this Western world is not for us. It's not for black people.
sure, sure.
Yeah.
You know, I think Sammy is having some technical issues. Let me just carry on. That part you are saying the truth. Like to use certain punishment, I think that should be the first one to use. Like advise them, talk to them, like use certain method to discipline them before we reach to the beating stage. But when we
Yeah.
reach there, you shouldn't like, because in Western culture, most of the time, what I see, they just kick you out of the house if you're 18 years or something like that. Africa is not like
Yeah.
that. If you want, you can live in your father's compound for the rest of your life. So there are two different things, like we have only few punishment, and if you let your children to go out, like when they cause something bad, the name, always the blame will come back to you, because Africans always blame their parents for not like disciplining their
Yeah, kids.
their kids. So most of the time it's their responsibility. They feel that I have to do it. So when they go up to the extent that they don't have any other method to use to discipline their kids, come on, they have to flog them. So, but to abuse them, like I hear so many stories, back then, like people who are, parents who are maltreating their children because they don't like them, or they don't want to have kids at the time that they have kids. They are just maltreating them. Those are abuses. Man, that's why I categorize them to beat them or to abuse them. To abuse your kid, that's just totally out of it. But sometimes when you
No, for
use all the
that one is out of it.
yeah, but if you have use all other methods to discipline them, they are still continuing to doing what they are doing. Come on, you have to do that. At least to give a chance to see whether you understand that will solve the problem. Sammy, we are not hearing you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, so I was saying that I wanted to read a comment, but the comment is gone. Somebody was saying that African parents should like stop the, I don't know, I forgot, but the way they bring up kids, forcing them to, in the Western world, like forcing your child to live with you, even though they're maybe grown enough to go outside or live by themselves. Africans should stop, wanting to instill that African culture of living with your parents, even though they don't want to. See, I don't see anything wrong with parents wanting for their child to live with them. For example, someone like me, I would want to have my kids live with me, and at least, even, especially if you have like maybe a big apartment or a big house, that have like enough rooms to accommodate all of you. I think it's okay for me to have my kids live with me for a while before they move out. Now, living with me doesn't mean that I will not teach them how to be responsible. Whilst they're there, they will still be responsible. But that depends on the age as well. I'm not gonna ask a 30-year-old man to be living with me if they want to go out. Like, they're adults, they know what they want. They have a wife, you move out. You don't, even I don't want you to stay again, just go. But like, I'm talking about parents that are here and they're raising teenagers and they're already expecting that, oh, they're going to be moving out, 16, 17. That's not our culture. 16, 17 may be like old enough for you, but for somebody like me, it's not old enough. So reason why I'm saying is that I have a friend. One time we were talking and we talked about like her buying a home. And she was like, I want a home, but I don't want a home because, these kids, they'll be like 15 and they want to move out. And what am I going to do? I'm just going to be living here by myself. I'm like, you're already saying it when the child is just 3 years old. And she's going to start growing up hearing you say that, and she's a girl. You know what I'm saying? In Africa, girl kids are like more watched than the boys, because most of the time the parents don't want them to, bring unwanted pregnancies of men that are not going to marry them. They want them to reserve themselves, and they just want them to be cultured, because a woman's body is sacred in the African culture. Like, at least in my Gambian culture, a woman's body is sacred, which is the reason why you see we still do all those, you have to remain, a virgin until somebody marries you, even though it doesn't work for everybody, but it is expected of you as a lady. So for that reason, I feel like for me, if I have a girl child, I'm not going to let you move out at like 15, 16, and I'm not even going to talk about it. So what I did was, I was like, don't say things like that, because you already put this in your mind that they're going to move out and they're going to grow up at the age of 12. They're already thinking, oh, it's just 3 more years for me to move out, because my mom been talking about it. My mom said we can move out. And you are introducing a very bad thing to that child. You're telling them that I gave you the right to do it. I'm not saying you should control what they're doing. Like I said, you can't stop a 30-year-old from moving out. But come on, 15, 16, 17, they're too young to move out. That's the most critical time of bringing up a child. That's my opinion. That's the most critical time to bring up your child, because that's when they go astray. That's when they join gangsters. That's when they just get loose, because they think they're adults, but they're not. That's when they tell you that, oh, mom, I'm an adult, so I can do whatever I want. But they are not. But, they're teenagers, and that's what happened during your teenage age. We all went through it, and then we realized our mistakes. So we don't want our kids to fall in the same trap that we almost fell in or we fall in. So that's just what I think when it comes to like people saying, oh, you should stop controlling the kids as if they, this is the Western culture. You can let them do whatever they want to do. It's the Western culture, but we still have to control them somehow. There's a limit to it, but we still have to. We can't just let them go astray. That is when the kids turn out bad, because you let them move out at the age of 15 or 16, or you let them going to do like, sleepovers at the age of 12, every time sleeping over. You don't know what they're doing. And you have to be mindful of all these things. Just because we're in the Western culture doesn't mean that we have to let these kids go astray. We still have to watch them. When they become adults, they have a job. You teach them how to be responsible. And now they can even have a wife unless they don't want to. Fine, go ahead and move out if you want. But I did my best to guide you through the right part. Anybody want to contribute on that?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Sister Sammy. That is just absolutely correct. You don't want to leave your kids, especially at that age of like 16, 17, you mentioned. I observed something here. Once the kids, especially the ladies, once they 18, I hear this slang from them. I'm grown. I'm grown. Mom, I'm grown. When I say kids 18, when they talk to their mother, their parent, I mean their father, once they're just 18, I'm grown. You see, especially when they're now 21, they can now go to the club. They can have their ID to enter the club and stuff like that. They feel like, okay, I'm independent. Nobody can talk to me anymore. The nature of the job I do, when I do some ride shares, I hear the way some kids talk to their parents on the phone. Like a child of like 20, 18, 20, or 18, let me say, will be arguing, talking to the parents anyhow. Then I start feeling, asking myself, I think I will be thinking about like, I think this is how the parent handled her. That is why she's responding that way. To be honest, my daughter of 13 years, we don't see on the most time. I'm always here, but you see, sometimes when I just raise my voice a little bit, like Aisha, what did you just do? Honestly, the mother will tell me sometimes like she's already shaking. I've never used my hand to touch any of them. I've never in my hand, my use my hand to touch. But I would like, oh my God, just do it and you see what will happen. Just give me do it on the phone. No, she's already melted. Like, okay, then do you know why? I've already told her the reason, I mean, the good and the bad. Maybe the days that they're supposed to go out or do some stuff, I might say, you know what, you guys are not going out today. You have to stay indoor. You know why? Your result was not okay for me, or your mom said you did this or something, something, something. Then the next time they kind of try to correct themselves. I will observe like the next time they would correct themselves. Then I'll ask their mom, or like, did you do anything? Did you beat them? No. You know, the way you handle your kids, like you've said, matters a lot, and you're going to gain it back. There are some family now or some compound you don't want your kid to even mix with. You see, now you see your kids going out to the next compound and say, where are you going? Come back here now. Then definitely for anybody passing by or any stranger, they should know that something is wrong about that family or that compound. Maybe they didn't train their kids very well. Maybe their kids do something that is not polite enough or something like that. There are some family that your kids will say, hey, Dad, I want to go play with so family. Be like, okay, go ahead. How many hours you guys want to take? Okay, what you guys want to go do? All right, go ahead. Definitely there is something that connects you and that family. That is why you let them go there, right? So parents should always understand and remember that too. That whatever the way we're training our kids, we even tell back on us. We even give us either a credit or a shame outside there. When you see people with your kids, and you see other kids with your kids, and you see their parents pushing them away, trying to call them back home. Oh yeah, come on. Oh yeah, go back inside the house now. Definitely, you should be ashamed of yourself that something is wrong. Maybe there's something wrong you're doing that people are not appreciating with your own kids. But if in the situation whereby you see other kids missing with your kids, and the other family, other parents are like okay with it, comfortable with it, that means you can sense by yourself that something good is coming there. Look at, like you have said, there is this little thing that happened on YouTube that I saw one time ago. This Nigerian little baby, like about 4 or 5 years, I guess. The mother want to beat him. Was holding a cane, like like a stroke cane. Like, I'm going to beat you today. And the son was like, "Mommy, please calm down. Mommy, don't beat me. Calm down." If you guys can watch it, go and check "Calm Down" on YouTube, Nigerian child. In fact, that was so funny. Like, the mother was ready to beat him up. I don't know what he did, but he was telling the mom, "Calm down, sit on the chair." He was even jumping on the chair, telling the mother how to sit down and relax. "Please calm down. I will change." I was like, oh my God. And this thing go viral. Seriously, Nigerian people on the forum can understand what I'm saying here. Then concerning about beating a child, like the other brother said, it could be the last option for me. But before it gets to that stage, the semi last option will be some little punishment. Take for instance, When I was young, like I said, I used to bully my sister, my own senior sister, and my mom talked to me. The only punishment my mom give to me would be like stool down. Like sometimes it will ask me to stool down, use my one finger to touch ground, raise one leg up, and be there for 5 minutes. You see, that one alone kills me more than my dad beating me with cane. Then sometimes they say stretch your hand forward like that. They put a little something heavy, a little bit on it for 5-10 minutes alone. Bet you, once they let me go from there, honestly, I will never even think about beating. That is how I changed. Mostly, like I changed from beating my sister because the pain that I passed through with those little punishment is more than the cane. The cane, I'll be like, it's gonna give. I don't mind. Let him beat me. You option one of the best way. But if someone chooses to be like, that is the last option. Well, maybe to some extent, I will appreciate. Hi, can you please help me call someone? So sorry, please. I will appreciate if a parent can dialogue with with the kids, especially the ladies, especially like Sammy have said. Honestly, it's very important. I will never push my daughter out at 21. Never. Maybe when I know that she's worth having a boyfriend at a certain age after education, then they start coming in, and I feel like okay, the person she's going out with is responsible, worth it. I know the family. Then I can start releasing her. But you don't want to give them that chance because once they mix up with the wrong people, believe you me, it's going to be hard for you to take them back in. And these are your future, these are your tomorrow. Tell me, when you sit down in the house and family, I mean, you didn't train them very well, it's going to bounce back on you. Today, the husband calls, hey, Papa, look, your daughter is not listening to me. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Okay, sorry. You finish. I mean, like you kind of settle the matter. In the next 2 weeks, again, another phone call. In the next 10 weeks, another phone call. You yourself, you'll be ashamed of yourself. But if you train your child very well, you know, to this extent, at least I've done my best. And this child has grown up with this good training. I bet you are going to enjoy it in the future because one way or the other, you'll be happy to visit them at home, to see them doing good, doing well. It's nothing but as a result of all what you have done, all those training. You don't want to leave your kids saying they are grown or the system here and that is how they do it. Then we have to let them. No, I don't agree. I don't think that is the right way. Let at least still let them have that culture. Bet you, even in they jealous the way some of our culture. Trust me, I've mixed with a lot of people. I've heard a lot about some of African, some even though the white. Sorry to use this word. Even though the white, I've seen them say a lot of things about African culture. Sometimes like, wow, I love the way you guys train your kids. Another sample I'll quickly here, United States just got inaugurated. I saw this video going on viral when he called this Nigerian lady, this young girl. I don't know how they managed to get know each other from the beginning, but he was inviting this lady to the White House that I hope one day you're going to come visit me. Tell me if this daughter, this girl did not have a good training from the father, I mean the parents. I'm sure a whole president of United States will not be on the phone calling this young teenage. I don't think she's up to 20, 18 or something. So I think is a plus for the family. It's a good plus for the family. I was like, wow, this is this is a good thing for this family. For a whole president calling this girl, talking with her, and trying to even invite her to the White House in the after the pandemic in the future. Definitely, they must have given this girl a good training, and something must have inspired the president that makes him call her, start crediting her, and talking good to her. So why don't we learn from all this? Like, do you want to be a parent of that will be ashamed of their kids, or you want to be a parent that can be proud of their kids? So for Africans, again, we need to limit or kind of avoid the way we are going to let go our kids So the system will find them. Either we bring them in or we have them here. One quick problem that I see here is this, that causes this a lot, is when the parents are apart. They are not together. They're divorced. That is where most of the big problem comes. However, even though you guys are divorced, I will still beg, no matter what, try to make yourself still the same just because of the kids. At that point of training the kids, still make yourself the same. If not, if you feel like I'm not together with her, she's not together with me, oh, blah, 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 then whatever she like, she can do with them. I don't care. It's going to bounce on you because remember, as a man, they're going to be bearing your name, right? For the meantime, especially the male. It's still going to be your name, your surname everywhere. So if it's good, you'll meet it there. If it's bad, you're going to meet it there. Don't forget about that. So even though you are divorced or you are not together, you're separated, you guys should still have the same voice, training your kids, and especially trying to educate them, tell them, talk to them, dialogue, show them reasons why they don't have to do this, why they don't have to do that. That way, I believe is the best way. When this child is on, he or she is on her own, they can easily think back again and say, oh, my dad said, if I do this, it's not good because this, that. Then it's now left for them to judge themselves. Like, okay, am I going to do this or no? But if they know the repercussion of the bad things, if they do it, definitely they're not going to do it. If they know the advantage of the good thing, surely they're going to do it. So training them, beating them, I mean, giving them bad training, like beating them too much or something like that, I think it's still, maybe the last stage of this cultural training that I think. But for me, all these other ones we said is the first way we should train our kids. So I'll say I'll hold on for now to hear from people again. Thanks so much, Sammy, for letting me speak again.
You're welcome, Ori, and then you just made some really great points. And I want to read this comment because I like the fact that everybody is coming from a different point of view, even though he has his point and some people may disagree with what he's saying, but I feel like it made sense and he made some great points too, you know. I wish he can come on board and kind of like elaborate on it, but I'm just gonna read it and try to make sense of what he's saying to the people on the panel. And Aji, I will let you talk after I talk. The way we bring up our kids is reflecting in our society. So let's be the judge as Gambians or Africans. If we're honest to ourselves, what are we saying? So from my own evaluation, I think he's saying that like the way we're bringing up our kids is reflecting on this on our society, because I would give an example of when people go to jail in Africa or prison, how they're abused. I think that's what he's saying, how other people easily abuse others because they feel they are in the wrong. Because he feels like when kids are being brought up, you are taught that you're supposed to be beaten so that you can do the right thing next time, so that you will not repeat what you do. So, for example, in Gambia, like I would say a couple of months ago or a year ago, there's this police officer that's abused he's a soldier, I think. He abused this guy. Like, you abusing somebody to the extent of beating their manhood, you know, that's crazy. That's crazy. And these are things that happen in other African countries. I don't want to mention this African country, but I saw another African country where a police officer used an iron that you iron your clothes with to place it on somebody to speak the truth. Yeah, just to speak the truth. Like they're interrogating you and they want you to speak the truth. So there is a lot of things that do happen. From what Musabayi said, that's what I can make of what he just said. And it makes like a lot of sense. Sometimes when people are abused too much, like Ori said, they themselves become abusers and the worst abusers that are out there. So sometimes there are some people in Africa that will abuse other Africans because they feel like it's okay to abuse people when they're wrong because you want them to be right, you know? Now, I feel like that is still different from disciplining your child. Now, it seems like people need to know the difference between abuse and discipline. Kids still need to be disciplined. And if you call it the African way of discipline, let it be the African way of discipline. But they need to be disciplined, but not abused. Now, those examples that I did are obviously abuse and not disciplining somebody. And I will give another example of like, this is a saying that I hear Africans say, that when a child like steals, okay, like a young child, maybe they're like 3, 4, 5, and they're stealing, or maybe they're 10, they're stealing from you or stealing from your wallet or pocket, it's okay to burn their fingers with a little bit of fire so that they don't steal again. Now that is abuse. So these are the difference we need to realize. This is what we need to separate from disciplining a child. I don't know what one of you have to say about that, but I'm gonna let Ajit go first. Thank you, Musa Njai, for leaving that comment. Musa Baji, I believe.
Zami,
Obviously.
I'm like, I'm literally lying down on my carpet because I'm not sleeping deep. I'm sleeping. I'm hearing everything what you guys are saying. I'm tired. Guys, I think basically, you guys have said all. Someone wrote a comment that was very important, Musubaji. I wanted to talk on that topic, something about it, but I can't remember. It's about dictatorship or something like that. It's just like what I was saying. African parents sometimes, yeah, we try to take other people, like our kids' life, away from them. Like everything, there is a limitation to everything. When you even disciplining your kids, like I believe in communication. Like sometimes, yeah, sometimes if they need the beating, like it's not like whooping your kid, like oh my god, beating them. I remember some you said something about Lemar. I remember growing up, my dad used to have karawas. I don't know if you guys can remember karawas. Chapan.
Yes.
Hey, I swear to God, I'm Gambian. My dad used to have karawas. Hey, my dad, you see this karawas? My dad used to fold this karawas. All my days. And my dad, when he beats you with this karawas, he will ask you to sit at one corner. He used to have there. You know there. You know that time, yeah. There is what they used to pray. There's a prayer mat. Every time my dad would beat me, every time. One day, yeah, I was growing up. I can still remember this. I said to myself, I'm sick and tired of this old man beating me every time. One day, you know what I did? I just took out my drawers. I took my underwear off and I sat on his there. I seven there, my seven ko. My seven ko, man, key. Take like the mobile, the madu. Hey, I took my underwear off and I peed on his there because that's where he used to pray. But then I was a teenager growing up. Seven come stuff. He stopped beating me. I swear to God, that was the last day my dad beat me. He came and saw the water is going everywhere. Get la kodef. That time when they beat you, they'll beat you and ask you to sit one place. And you know what? If my dad beats you, yeah, my mom would be passing by. Are you? Hey, don't even allow my mom to beat you. Because my mom, when she beats you, she will ask you to stay steady and sit one place. So if my mom passed this way, hey, you know those African parents, if my mom passed left, she would just give you one. Tow. And she will come back and say, Yangi talk for better. And she asks you to sit there. And then she will ask you, are you still sitting there? You said, you are like me. My mom is, okay. And you know my mom, yeah, when she beats one kid, like if my mom is raising Sammy and Re-Empire, if I do something wrong and I'm in the house and my mom beats me up, so if Re-Empire talks, my mom will, you're missing a boka. Raw. My mom will beat the whole house because one individual did something wrong. You know those African parents. My dad, I set a good example. My dad will beat me. Man, like they used to say, nit kundaw tuti daf de bari affair. Lolu mom, it's natural. Me, I used to be very stubborn growing up. And you, like some of you said, They beat me up to the point that I used to say, okay, I'm used to this. Like as a teenager too, I used to go out. You know, when you started having boyfriends, feeny boyfriends. Hey, yesterday I was from work. I saw this girl kissing this boy. These people are kissing teenagers until they want to drop that wall. I was like, hey, if this was Africa, you see that lip and that mouth, it would turn to blood. Hey, man, dañ ma karawas, dama dërkis. Suma pa suñu mu dama ko de he baba yow waxare do pa dañ ma dee pini xam nga pini Africa real African mooy xam yi dañ ma pini ñu teg ba benn place suma pa benn bés ma ne pa bi every time mu dóor ma pa bi every time mu dóor ma simi suma dross ma seben deram bi bam tooy xeb ba pare ma too ma xaar ko depuis bés boobu man si laa gëj a dem noti koona. Like seriously, we should stop how sometimes like I wrote on the comment section, sometimes I don't agree with our culture. Sometimes like some USA, you don't even agree with some of the things in Europe, the culture. Sometimes this culture, we should drop some of these cultures and hey, fold them and throw them away. Like we should live in a civilized world. Like those things like karawas, lemar. Some people will use lenge. You know lenge. Hey, Sammy, you are reminding me my childhood. Sometimes they will even use lenge. Empire is laughing. He knows lenge.
I think the Empire knows lenge.
Yeah, he's laughing. I tell you, me, I'm Gambian. La ilaha illallah. Sometimes you see, they will ask people to say, "Kida fadige bapa utal ma lenge." They will go to the seaside and look for lenge. Lenge will never break. It will never fall. That one will never even rot in. Lenge da frustrate bro. This is not lenge. Sunna ne taw da yaramba de chota tenandir. Why man ma sona man de madura. Man, I used to nyai fence. Man, dama nyai fence. Man, in my middle school, Gambia High, dama dan nyai fence. But ustaz, daf de sign ko suma bag bi mun si office bi. Dama wara dem jëli suma bag. Ustaz su ne dama osmaya. Man suma koren la dafa ñuul kuk strict am ne mère bobu du de smile sax. Suma mo de man duma jur dom mu yap ma. Jigen bi daf ma de nek di dóor ma seben kaba ma seben derbi. Bam toy. Gis nga like seriously, we should stop. At the end of the day, our kids will end up saying that okay, you know what? I'm gonna do it and I don't care. So at the end of the day, if you do something, you know, okay, I'm gonna do something really serious so that they will stop. Me, I couldn't do anything serious because the man, how can I do something very serious? If I do something serious, then my set become thing, right, mama day. So like seriously, I'm sleepy. Be like, I'm travel day. You know, like I said, I love to entertain people, make them laugh and this thing. But like seriously, Sammy, man, then ma door de. Man, then ma duro. Hey, nit ku tuti man dama ñaay fi sa ma amé far. Man buma amé far sa sala rakaju farantu rek every day boy bu es you know my
You're not serious, I swear. Anyways, so if you listen to what Aji is saying, Aji first of all said if the child does bad, beat her. If the child does beat him. Now it's telling you that stop it. So if you get fooled by her and go beat your child, you'll be a fool because she's not gonna harass her child.
Sami har mo wala. Sami gis nga man dama da wor dama gis nga dama degero bopa dama da wor be suma brode dañ ma de ut si fuural bu nekk xam nga ni ko tuuti suma brode mo da ma ne jaaral ni nga dem tedd de ma da
no wonder you used to get the karawas. Listen, let me let Real Empire talk. You talk too much.
Sammy, I just want to say good night and go to bed. So guys, I'm glad I entertained you guys. I made you laugh a bit. So I'm really, really sleepy. I'm lying down here on my carpet. Wake up. So guys, I will love you guys and leave you. And Sammy, thank you very much for inviting me tonight. And whatever my brother says and Sammy, all of us, let's just try to teach our kids the right way. Sometimes the door ni so sometimes just be careful how much you beat your kids, because sometimes you might be, I think some of us, some African parents, sometimes it's like we were not happy when we were making our kids because the way we beat our kids. Yeah. La ilaha illallah. So guys, just to say good night. I love you guys. I might come live this weekend. Sorry. Sammy always tells me to come live, but me, I'm too tired. So guys, Empire, Ori, my future husband, Flips, everyone, good night. Mwah, mwah,
Thank you.
mwah.
Good night, Ajay.
Right.
Thank you. You're such a mess. Okay. Empire. So what do you have to say to what Musubaji wrote?
Yes, sometimes people say I'm controversial, but most of the time I'm not. I just try to, see things from different angle. If you are talking about the society and the country and the town, wherever, like that is
far different from the African culture. You know, that's not only culture. That is governance body where decisions are made. They are the one who put people in certain conditions. Even your disciplined child, you will see people who are very disciplined, who are very good, but they will go up to the extent that you will see them doing some silly things, especially where decisions are made. So we will not blame our culture for that. We will not blame like beating kids. 99.9% of children in Africa have been beaten. Maybe not seriously. Maybe some others owns can be very worse. But most of the time we shouldn't we cannot blame that. We cannot justify that because of that beating our society is like that. We all know our problem. So I agree with her in a sense that like we have to stop in a sense that we have to try another methods. But our society, that part, I'm totally, I disagree with her that, our society, you will see very disciplined people who have never been beaten, who came from, like they were born in Gambia, but studying in Europe or America. They will go back to the country and mess up. It is because they have, they were beaten. No, no, no. It's not because of that. It's them personally. They are the one who trained to, they were trained to be corrupt. They were trained to not, to not have mercy on their own people. That reflect on our society, but not because we beat our children. That's why our society is in that mess. No, I totally disagree with her. And what is the name? Dakanu. Dakanu. Like I understand your point. I don't know whether you live in Africa or you have never been there, but you talk about the parents' life. You have a Nigerian lady who, like, she's not talking to her, her parents or her dad because the dad lied to her. Let me, there are certain things that are just people try to talk. Africa, we have this problem. Those who were born on the continent, we have this problem. When we go outside Africa, instead of we learn the knowledge, we learn technology, we learn another things. No, what we took is their culture. So when you adopt different culture from African culture, if you go to Africa, whatever they do is bad for you. That lie you are talking, they lie more than Africans. The Western system allow their parents to lie. They lie, that's the fact. But they do it in a civilized way. So saying that, because of that Nigerian lady is not having, talking to, her dad because her father lied to her. That's just silly excuses that I don't even want to respond. But if you talk about African culture, there are certain things I totally agree with you people that we have to go away with. Certain things. But most of the things come to me. The time I came here, Italians asked me like, you are different. It's because of my parents. And they beat me. Is that if they don't beat me at this moment, I will be against that. I came with people here, and I see how they are living. I'm able to to rent my own apartment. I'm doing my contract. I was in the Gambia, but my salary was going in my account. I was receiving my salary less than 4 years. So that is because how my parents brought me up. They beat me seriously. All that lamar, all that stuff you people are talking about. Me, they beat me up to the extent that I nearly hate my parents. But the time I came up to this level, I understand why they were doing that. But they tried so many methods. It didn't work for me. I'm talking about me. It could be different. Other kids, maybe if we talk like my elder brother, he have bachelor degrees from university. He's the only person who have that. The rest of us, like I attended Arabic school after Arabic school, English after English, and I decided to come here. So parents beating children doesn't mean that, understand? Like it depends. To abuse children, that I'm totally against that. But to beat them sometimes, if you try other methods to use that, that is perfect. It's okay. You are giving, you are trying that also to correct their wrongs. So that's all. And Africans in general, Africans living in Europe or America, let us be very careful. We are the one confusing our people. The way they eat, the way they talk, how they dress, our culture, everything is bad for us because we adopt different culture. When we go back home, whatever they do is bad because you think like you put yourself in a different level. You think you are more smarter than them or you know better than them. So that is why Africa, we are losing our culture. We are losing everything. because we believe that, but whoever come here, if you go back, you want to act anyhow. African culture is secret, is very deep. Yeah, I don't play with that. If you are talking about African culture, be ready, be very stand on your point. Your certain point, maybe if you convince me, yes, I will agree with you. But all this silly, like, these small, like excuses or like example that most of people are giving out, that will never make me to leave African culture. So let us be very careful. If you come here, let's learn the work, like, the occupation. Let's, develop ourselves mentally. But the culture, let's leave the culture here and go back as an African, how you live. Your brain, you have to load your brain with occupation and other stuff. But as an African, your culture and everything, be proud of that. So I think I let the uncle talk.
Okay, thank you so much, Empire. Ori, thank you for coming back.
Thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really appreciate what the Empire have said. It's just the truth, to be honest. When we come to the Western world, even though we're the parents, I think we should learn the tech. I mean, whatever. I mean, the modernity, like the technology advancements that we know that when we acquire, we can easily take back home and develop our own continent. Most of the cultures, sorry to say, are not worth it. And to them, most time here in the Western or Europe, because that is the way they were brought up and the way they were trained, most of them believe that is the best way of life. Like when kids, we call the parents names. And like, I have a friend then one time ago, the lady the girl was about 19 then, and she would be calling the mother name. Then one day I was like, why do you have to call your mother name? Oh, that's her name. I was like, you don't have to put any respect. That's your mother. Yes, that's her name. And they call the father name. So anytime they see some African kids say uh, Mr. So, Mr. this, Mr. blah, blah, Mr. White, some of them even feel like it's a disgrace to them. Why should you be calling me Mr.? Until with some time I would talk to some of them like, you know what, this is a respect. This is how we're trained. This is how it comes. This is, we don't have to say your name directly. You are older than this person, right? They have to put some prefix as a respect to it. So before some of them have to, I've seen a lot of friends here that are older than me that we work together. When I use ma, ma'am, some of them get angry. Why do you have to say ma'am to me? I was like, no, I don't have to talk to you just like that. You are older than me. So I have to put some prefix, a sign of respect. I have to battle with this with some of my people when I work together then, before they start understanding. And as soon as some of them understand this, honestly, they started appreciating it. I will see some kids here, they will say, Miss this, even though it's their mother. I was like, okay, you still put something there. So this respect of a thing and the way we train our kids really matter. Coming back to those who beat kids, and I've seen who beat kids and maltreat them, mishandle them. Don't forget, I've seen a child that when they beat him like anything from child, then I remember Yemi, this little boy, they beat the hell out of him almost every time the parent that he must listen. Honestly, this guy is grown now, is kind of well doing, but you see one thing that he will never forget: all the marks on his face, all the marks. They never go off. So such a child, I always look at it like, I know he's not happy with himself sometimes when he see all these marks that are on him, because it's just something that's going to be with him forever. So parents should learn from that. Am I helping myself by giving my child a mark on him, beating, to the extent that when some will even beat? I've seen a parent who beat a child and even almost fainted. They have to take him to the hospital. Now they end up spending their own money. What are you doing? You're doing yourself, right? You're just wasting your time. Why don't you adopt some other ways of doing this, instead of thinking of, you have to hit them, you have to do this, you have to do that. If we still believe in our culture from as an African, I think to train our kids, I think we are doing the best. We are helping ourselves as well. My mother we just like sometime when we go out, she don't want us, if we don't want, if she doesn't want us to take something from a stranger or anything, honestly, just a little cough or kind of blink of eyes, I swear God, I will understand. She might just ordinarily, I understand what she's saying. Like, okay, this woman, this is what she's trying to tell me. This is the signal she's giving to me. The other party might not know what she's saying, but I already know this woman. This is, oh, maybe she doesn't want me to do this or that, that, that. I will know how to just quickly change. When I get home, she might tell me the reason. You know, that, this. You don't have to do it. If you do it that way, no, blah, blah. So from there, I learn a lot, especially from mother. So it's just unfortunate I hear this that a child killed the mother, because the bond between the mother and the child is even, to me, oh, is even powerful than the a child to the father, because there's a very big bond there. So if we still continue, like when we come here, we train our kids, and we let them take these cultures here, like the brother have said, when they get back home there, whatever they're going to be doing back home, all this our kid will be thinking whatever they are doing back home is wrong, of which what they are doing is what is wrong. It's very important. There's no way as an African to let your culture leave you. We have a lot of cultures, a lot. We can count just in my own country alone. I can't even count how many cultural systems that we have there. Same thing in Gambia, same thing maybe Nairobi, Kenya, everywhere like that. So these are very important things that we should not let go. We should not just uh, lose it. It's very important, because this tells on us. This tells who we are when we get outside to the world there. If I go out there now, I see a child prostrating, like bowing down to an elderly person. First of all, very important thing that we should not do is to say, okay,
Ori, we can't hear you anymore.
one of the first
Okay, it's good now.
thing that will come from my mind is that must be an African child, because for saying like when we go out there, we see some kind of characters in some child, we can easily tell where they are from, that what kind of background, what kind of continent they are from. You will see a African child outside there. When they go out there, if I'm walking by and I see a child or a young fellow, a young boy, a young girl trying to bow down a little bit, paying respect to an elderly person, first thing that will come from my mind is like, oh, that person must be an African, because I know this is how we greet there. So it shows who we are. It kind of gives us a culture. If I'm going out there, sorry to say, and I see a child that is like greeting an elderly person, trying to shake him or just showing a handshake to him or her, and I say like, this person is older than you, then I can tell like, okay, even though it's an African or black, I can tell where they train such a child. Like, okay, I guess this might be, Western life training. This is how they train him or her. That is why he's doing that. So, but to be honest, it's much more for us to take our time to train our kids the best way. Mothers, like I always argue with many people, like mother own the kid mostly, no matter, even though you guys are living together as a father and mother with your kids, mother have most of the time with the kids. You are going to go to work, go make money, do this, do that. She has more of the time with the kids. So most of the training and this cultural training that we're talking about, especially, I believe will be coming from the mother, because they stay much with the kids. So for every African mother, let's forget about the green pass and the blue passport, the red passport, or whatever. That one is just a document, to be honest. Don't let go your culture for all these material things. By the time you realize it and you see the implication of it, it might be too late for you to say you want to correct it then. Um, if, however, even though women here in abroad, like the other topic Sister Sami brought up the other time, we're talking about was it 10 years in diaspora, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Yeah.
part of it then is part of it came out to be like most of even our elder, I mean the women, I mean the parents have, we lose our culture when we get here, because back home there's a lot of things that we can do And when we get here, we want to imitate the Western world. And those are one of the reasons why problem comes in most of even the family as a parent. So we should just do the best we can do. Um, um, Take the little we can take from the Western world, whatever we know that like the okay, take for instance now when before Aggie left, she was saying no, she didn't accept that all the African culture, yeah, which I agree. Some of them here too, I we agree with them. Like um child abuse, I will support it 100%. I will never see any father. I mean, if a child called the police on the father or the mother, and I see that for real, they really abuse the child, maybe they beat him or her too much, definitely I will support that child. Like, this is an abuse. Why do you have to beat him or her to this extent? If they call the police on you, well, that's your luck. Because this is not a child abuse. So that I learned that a lot from here, that you don't have to abuse your child. So I support them fully with that law here, that if you beat them, maltreat them too much, or bully them, if they call the police on you, that's on you. But it doesn't mean that we still don't have to train them. We just have to use our you know our knowledge, our best way to make sure that we give them this good training and make them a better future for us for tomorrow. So I'll just hold on here for now. So let someone speak again.
Yeah, Hakim, I wanted to read Hakim's comment. Thank you, Ori. It said to beat a child until the child is fainted. That's child abusing completely against human rights. So the reason why I wanted to read that is that I have witnessed something like that before. Like, I saw somebody, a neighbor beat her daughter, and her daughter fainted, did not wake up. So we literally have to take water to wake this girl up. And these are some of the crazy things that like also happen, and it just gives people a different opinion about beating kids, because some people, they overbeat kids. How can you lose so much control over your own child? The extent that, like, the thing is that I'm not gonna say they don't lost a child, but they lost control. They let their emotions took over and they behave like a beast. These are things that happen. So it's advisable that parents control how they feel. Obviously, in the African society, they beat kids. It is what it is. But some people beat kids, but it's not even crazy beating. Some kids, you will beat them and they won't even cry because they didn't feel the pain, but you feel you beat them. But some will overdo the beating. And that's where fainting comes in. And overdoing the discipline also is where burning somebody's finger comes in, just to stop them from stealing. If you burn it, they're still going to steal if they want to steal. You just have to instill the fear of stealing in them, and tell them why it's bad to steal. But burning people's finger because you don't want the child to steal, to me, it doesn't make sense. And what he said, I have witnessed something like that before. Like, I witnessed it, and it was crazy and unbelievable. Like, people were telling that mom, "You want to kill your child? Why are you gonna beat her until she faints?" And I also witnessed another one where a mother threw an African pot on her daughter. You see how heavy those African pots are? Like, the African pots, like the silver ones, they're so heavy. I witnessed where somebody threw it at her daughter. Luckily, it didn't touch her. But you can imagine how heavy that is. If it had touched her, she could have died. You could have touched her on her forehead or her head or somewhere that's gonna like kill her. So those are some of the type of abuse that I'm saying that we need to throw them away. Forget those type of, that one is no culture. That one is just like abuse in general. It's nothing like culture. Like, yes, disciplining your kid is part of our culture, but abusing your kid is never a part of our culture. And the people that are doing it needs to be educated and needs to stop what they're doing, And sometimes you would also notice that some people will abuse kids because they are not the real parent of the child. I have seen a lot of that also going on, especially on the women's side. Sometimes it's not common on men's side, but on the women's side, you'll see like a mother abusing their child, but most likely that child may not even be their biological child. That's very common in African culture. Some women are just wicked, and if it's not their child, they will treat their child very differently from the one that comes from another mother. But remember, these people come from the same dad. So it's important for men also to open their eyes. I'm not saying don't trust your woman, but you need to know what's going on in your house. Some fathers don't really know what's going on in their house, because when they arrive, their wife is behaving like a good person or like they love their stepchild, when that's not really what is happening. These kids will be going through abuse this whole time without the father knowing anything, because your wife behaves differently. Now, those are some of the type of abuses I see happening when it comes to kids. It's like stepmothers do abuse kids a lot. Not all of them though. Some of them are amazing, but I see a lot of step parents abusing kids, and it's more common on the ladies' side. So, Re-Empire, I talked about people burning the kids' fingers, and I also talked about beating your child until they fainted, and Hakim had also mentioned it. Do you think that type of beating, because you said it's okay to beat because kids are different, because you gave an example by yourself that you were a very stubborn person and you felt like if you were not being beaten like that, you wouldn't have changed, you know? So do you think that type of beating that I mentioned should be condoned? And is that something that you went through? You think it could have happened to you, or it is not compared to what you went through?
Okay, thank you very much. Like I don't agree with like abusing child, like what you are talking about, burning their fingers and beating them up to the up to the level that they fainted or they collapse and all that. Those are abuses. Those are different from beating. You understand? So there are kids that even if you use like like your this finger, beating them just to let them know that like what they did is wrong. And abusing kids, I'm totally against that. But the way people, the way we are trying to like the way even comment section, like my sister Musu Baji, like we are trying to make it, we are trying to make it look like our culture is our problem. We all know our problem. She wrote something like, understand, if our culture is good, like while we are in the Western world, we all know what's happened. We all know why we are here. It's not because of our culture. So let's stop relating our problem to our culture. Our culture have certain part that we need to like stop. But there are things that if you come to Western world here, you are enjoying it. Doesn't mean that it's good for you. Like you can insult your parents here. It's okay here. There's no problem. But if you go home, you do that, your elder brothers will kick you out. Even your neighbors will come and beat you up. So let's stop seeing Western world as as paradise, or whatever they do is right, or they are the one who should tell us what is human right and what is not human right. And female, this is your problem. Like you are my sister, my aunt, my mother, but African, female, African, like our women, when they come to Europe, it's difficult. Huh? Like most of you believe in this, like you go up to this extent of feminism. Like these are things that they will tell you, you are enjoying it. You think it's good for you, but it's not good for you. And there's nobody, there's no continent, there's no country, there's no culture which protected you like African culture. There is none. Because in Italy, when their women start voting, Europe here, their women start voting with 1945. But Africans were queens. We have queens in our continent who rule the full kingdom.
Absolutely.
So when we come to like Western world, let us stop seeing their things as the only option, or they are the one who respect human rights more than African. Because they are giving you chance to do things that will damage you, to do things that will damage your family. They are allowing your kids to make decisions at a very early age. So all these things is not because of African culture, we have this problem. We have problem in our society. Yes, it contributed, but it's less than the bigger problem. The bigger issue is people who came to Europe or America or who studies Western, Westication. When they come back to Africa, they are the one who is making most of the decision. Tell me someone who is ignorant in our government level. Most of them came to Europe. Most of them have their degrees. But we are still in problem. So our Western people, Western world, our solution? No. So it's not because of the culture, but it's because of the human being ourselves and the brainwash and the system that we believe that is the solution for us. That's the reason why we are in this mess. That's the reason why I came here. I have to wake up early in the morning to go to work. I have to do certain things that I know. If I'm not in Gambia, if I'm in Gambia, I'll work for 8 hours. But here I do extra, so that I can be able to pay my bill and send something back home. So these are all problems. Women, they program you in a sense. If you come to Europe, understand that you are in Europe, but you are still an African, and you will be treated as that. You will not be equal to Western women. Whatever culture they get, they can ask you to, let's come out and protest, like feminists. Let's come and protest. You will protest with them. At the end of the day, if white lady is going home, police will protect them. Their husband will protect them. The country itself protect them. You, who protected you? Nobody. The police will kill you. The community is against you. The system is against you. The only person that will protect you, that is the person that they are pushing you against you. That is a black man. So these are cultures that most of women who were born on the continent came to Europe or America are victim of this system, because you believe that certain things are sweet but are not good. Certain things are good but are not good enough. So when you come to Western world, let's stop, like the sister asks us why we came here, because it's not because of our culture we came here. We all know the reason why we came here. So the culture, let me come back to this, to burn the children, the child finger, or to beat them up to a certain level, that is abuse. No human being should do that. But not because of our culture that we are in this mess. Some people take things personally. Some people do things extreme. Too much of anything is, everything is not good. If you go above, if you abuse your children, those are not good. Those are not good. That's my answer for that.
Okay. Thank you, Empire. And this comment is a question. Why do kids keep calling the socials on their parents? That happens in the Western world, of course, and it's because the system is set like that. It is set to give the kids that power to call the police or social on their parents. That's how the system is, and that's the main reason why I was saying that African parents, like, it's very frustrating when you're raising a child here and you unfortunately have a stubborn one. And there's a child that called the police here. It didn't go far though, but like somebody said, why isn't that like the people in the West don't beat their kids or spank them? I think that like white people do spank their kids, just that we don't see it. This is what I think, because I see this incident happen and this child got spanked and got mad, but he's very young. He was 10. So he called the police, but he didn't talk. He called 911, but he didn't talk. It just rang. So, they're going to trace it to where it is. So all of a sudden, people were just sitting, his parents were sitting, and then somebody knocked on the door, and it's a police officer. And this person said, somebody called from this house. Everybody was like, what? Nobody called from this house. They're like, somebody did call from this house. That's why I'm here, And he said, no, nobody called. Then the guy said, is there a kid here? Then they said, yes, there's a kid here. Then they called the kid, and he came down. The guy asked him, are you the one that called 911? The kid said, yes. Why? Because my mom spanked me, and they told me that I can call this number, so I wanted to try it and see how fast somebody can come here. That's crazy. And this was a white police officer. Luckily for this person, The white police officer said, "How did your mom spank you?" He said, "He spanked me on my butt and I'm so angry." I said, "What did you do?" He mentioned what he did. Then the police said, "Now, I'm going to take you along with me. You're not going to sleep with your mom because your mom spanked you today. So I'm going to take you. You're not going to sleep here. But do you want to go with me? A police?" She said, "No, I want to stay here, but I wanted to see how fast somebody can come so that when I'm in trouble, I know how to call somebody." Because he's trying the number, because he never did it, but they've been taught in school that this is what you can do if there's trouble at home or if you feel you're abused at home. He refused. He said he's not going. This police officer was just fighting with this kid. "You must follow me today for calling me." He was like, "Oh, mommy, help me. Help me. I don't want to go. I was just trying it out. But I don't want to go." The police officer said, "No, you're going to go." And the mom played along. She said, "No, you're going to go. You call the police on me, you're going to go." The police said, "I'm sorry, sir, but you're going to go today. You called the police on your mom because she spanked you because you did this bad thing." Then she said, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I wouldn't do it again. I was just trying it out." But guess what? That officer told this kid, "You only call the police if your mom is in trouble, if your dad is in trouble, anybody in your family, or there is a fire, or you are in trouble, or you feel your mom abused you in a bad way." He said, "But when you do something bad and you get spanked, it's because she doesn't want you to do it again." And said, "Are you going to call the police again because you did a bad thing and she spanked you?" He said, "No, I'm never going to call the police again. I'm never going to call the police. I was just trying it out." But why I'm saying this is that the system, they teach these kids from a very young age to stand up and fight their parents. This child doesn't know the consequence of what he's doing. He didn't know. And if he was a bad person, or somebody who doesn't understand, and this police is doing this, probably, I believe he had kids, and he does spank his kids when they're wrong too. Though he's a white person, but he could have, it could have been another person who would easily put this parent in trouble, call social welfare, take that child away, and even accused the parent of doing something more than just what she did. But these kids don't realize that. And then the system teaches them at a very young age to fight back. It's crazy. And I told this mom, I said, "You are the luckiest mom ever." I said, "You are one of those lucky Black people because number one, you're a Black person. And this child called the police because they spank you. And a white person is going to defend you." I said, "This child now is scared to ever call police on you if they're wrong because he thinks he's going to go to jail." And an officer made it clear to him, "You don't call me because you did something wrong, they spank you. He's disciplining you." Now, again, what I'm trying to make sense of is I feel like the other race do discipline their kids. I'm not saying they're beating their kids, but they do discipline their kids. And we will do the same thing to discipline our kids because it's going to be for the betterment of all of us, but not abuse them. It's a crazy story. And a lot of Black people would say, "Oh my God, it's very weird to see a Black person kind of like flee from a situation like that." A lot of Black people right now are in trouble, have lost their kids because a child just reported them to their teacher that mommy yelled at me. So that teacher would say, "Oh, mommy abused this child. Put you in trouble for yelling at your child." But if we're able to get good people, honestly, despite their race, we can all do this together. And honestly, I commend that guy for his actions because I'm like, how many people can do that? I was so scared for the mother. I told her, "You are one of the luckiest person in the world." Because you would have lost this child for just nothing. Anyways, we have Mansa Queen just came in. And Mansa, thank you for joining for the first time, and you are welcome. I know she has kids, that's why she came on board.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is my first time ever on my sister's live stream. I usually just stay in the background, but I've been listening, but I was working, so I could not come on. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
This topic is very interesting, and I think it's two sides to the coin here. The first point that I want to raise, regarding the story that you just finished talking about, the child that called 911. We need to understand something. Their system, and by the system I mean, child welfare, child supportive services being available to us here that live in the diaspora is not a curse. I will explain. It's not supposed to be a curse. And not every call, not every teacher calls child support and says that child welfare and says that the child was bitten by the mom. Not all of those cases result in your child being taken. Okay. Another point is that without these government services, you do not even want me to start telling you how many kids this system has saved. There are kids that don't find peace in their own homes, and that is sad. We should not forget that. There are some kids, especially during this lockdown, they cannot even tell you when was the last time they ate a home cooked meal. The only home cooked meal or close to that they used to get was in school. So the home is not always home, in quotes, for every child. So I personally, I'm happy that the system is there to look out for the kids and basically everyone else. This is not just about kids. It goes on for women and men in domestic violence situations. I'm glad that there's that number that you could call and have someone at your doorstep. Now, the other side to this coin is I personally, my kids, I have all girls. I teach my 3-year-old the other day was telling me that, oh, 911 is emergency. And she actually dialed 911 on her dad's phone and hung up. And then I called right back because I don't want them showing up at my house because they will show up. Because those calls that someone just dials 911 and drop it, that might be someone that is scared to talk but needs help.
Yeah.
So that is why each of these 911 calls are not taken for granted. That's why if your child calls 911 by mistake, call them back before they show up at your doorstep to find things that they're not supposed to find. I called them back and I told them that, sorry, my child dialed the number by accident. We're okay. And they didn't show up. But in the event that they show up, teach your kids at a very early age. One, you are in this country does not mean that you cannot raise your child the way you want to raise them. Now, the way you want to raise them, that's relative. That's going to depend on an individual level. But for me personally, I am already telling the girls, they are 3 and 2 years old. I'm already telling them that the first thing you need to understand is that nobody, and I repeat, nobody is going to love you the way I love you. They need to understand that. The police that you're going to call to come over when I whoop your butt, excuse my language, they don't love you more than I love you. But you need to understand that when you're in trouble, I need you to pick up the phone and call them. Don't make them scared to dial that number. They need to know that it's okay to dial that number when they are in trouble. But let them understand that there is a very thin line between discipline and abuse. Again, I work in government, I work in welfare services, I work in children's services. And I'm telling you, how many times would a parent or a child, mostly kids, will call and say, yeah, I'm being abused. They know the language to use already at a very early age. They know that abuse is wrong. They will not tell you that my daddy spanked me. No, they will tell you that I was abused. Most of those calls, a lot of those calls don't result in anything. You know why? Because there is no federal or state law that states that, oh, if you beat your child, they will take it away from you. That is a misconception that people need to understand. There is a fine line between discipline and abuse. The law did not say you cannot beat your child. It's very specific. If you go wherever state you're in, these are public information. Go into your state website for Children and Family Services. The Department of Children and Family Services, they have it in each state, and they're all governed by federal laws and statutes. You can spank your child with an open fist on their butt or like a fleshy part of their body. There is nothing wrong with that. They will never come for you and say that, oh yeah, you spank them with an open palm and on their butt or their thigh, they're going to take them away from you. No. Now, you cannot hit your child with a closed fist because that means you're giving them a hot blow. So you see the difference. There is a very fine line. The law does not say don't spank your child, but there's a difference between discipline and being mean and abusive to a child. Again, it all goes down to an individual level of parenting. Let your child know that these are the values that I'm going to instill in you. And I'm the parent. You're not my parent. I'm the parent here. So you do what I say in my house, personally. But I need you to understand, and I know one of the speakers talked about him not even spanking the child, but when he says something, the child knows. Now, that's good parenting. Kudos to that guy. I was listening to him talk. I could not say anything. But you should be able to be in public, talk to your child, give them that African look, and just sit right down. And because they know what's up. You don't necessarily have to give them a blow. No. But let the child know that you are the parent. And what I'm doing is for you. And always communicate. Always communicate. Don't just tell them, don't do this. These kids are smarter than we think. Do not underestimate them. Because if you let them find out for themselves, you're not going to like it. If you don't train them the way you want to be trained, the streets will do it for you. And guess what? You are not going to like it. So that's all I had to say. This situation that happened, I've not even read the story. I don't even know what it's about. I just saw the headline and I was like, oh my God. Like, again, it's very hard. You can't even start to judge because no action happens just out of the blue. Something happened and law enforcement might not even know because unfortunately the lady's not even here to defend himself. God bless her soul. May she rest in peace. But it is very, very sad. But I agree that parenting for us immigrants living in the diaspora is very hard. And again, it's because most of us were raised on this culture of say something, they slap the life out of you. You'll be lucky if you're not missing a tooth. Like my dad never raised his hand on me because I bet if he did, with all the troubles I did, I would have been dead by now. But my mom, it doesn't matter what close object is next to her. It could be her slippers. It could be anything. She's hitting at you. She wore shorts and chased me down the street. I was so embarrassed. I could not even leave the house for days because of the way she embarrassed me. I mean, I know that we love our kids, but there's this hard hand that we handle our kids. That is not right. And now that I'm old and have my own family, I talk to my mom one-on-one and I let her know that, Mom, man, you used to do these things to me. Don't you know that you hurt my self-esteem? I mean, you come to school because the teacher said that I did something. You don't even give me the benefit of the doubt. You just pounce on me and beat me up in front of my friends. That child will never recover from that, you know? There's a thin line between discipline and humiliating somebody. That's your child, but hey, that's the person. I respect my kids. I'm their mom. They will do what I want them to do because I believe that I know the best for them. But they're human. You have to treat them with respect. And I don't think, sorry to say, I always tell my mom, I don't think you guys treated me like that sometimes. But it's always different parts of the coin. It's always easy for us to, sit back and try to say, oh, maybe this one did that, but it's hard. I would say that if you're not in that situation, you can never say for a fact what really happened. But I guess if we all do our parts personally on a personal level, then the society will be better. Talk to your kids. Don't let them be scared of calling 911. 911 saves lives, but let them know that okay, if you ever get me in trouble and get them to take you away from me, because sometimes it happens when it's not even founded. Let true be. Wherever you're going, there's no guarantee that it's going to be better than where you're from. There's a lot of foster kids out there that are going through so much, and now they regret being out in the system. But that was what happened because guess what? You did not communicate with them properly. So a lot of it rests on our shoulders as parents. And I'm just going to stop right there and let everyone else continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mansa. I really appreciate the points that you have made, and like you have given us some great points into another level. And Mansa said something that is very important, like because I just talked about 911 and how a child called 911 because got spanked by a mom. But she said, do not get them scared to call 911, at least for their own safety, just in case it's needed. And I think that's very important. And I hope everybody learned from what she said, because she just gave me another like type of mindset when she said that, because I am one of those people who will be scared for the kids to just come and say, oh, now I can call 911 if I'm in trouble, because I'm thinking, okay, I have seen this happen to so and so. I have seen so and so got in trouble because their kid called 911. So I'm going to be careful. I wish they don't have to teach them. But she said something that is important, teaching our kids how to ask for help. And 911 is for their safety, for our safety. So knowing it is not the problem, but how to use it and when to use it is the problem. So basically, communication is important here. If I understand what Mansa said, we have to communicate with our kids and basically let them know that 911 is there for their own safety, because sometimes you never know what's going to happen, and you as a mother or as a parent, you might not be there to help them. So thank you so much, Mansa, for those great points, because I myself, I have learned something from what you said. Empire, what do you think?
Yes, thank you. She is right, like I agree with her in a sense that like you don't have to make them to be afraid, like to call 911, because that's the situation there, In America, guns are more than population, and I think so.
Because I think
so
people are afraid because of the consequence. And she just made that clear that it doesn't mean that every 911 call is going to result to your child being taken away from you or being in trouble. There are some good ones, there are some 911s that are needed. But like the scare of losing your child is like, I feel like we're just like thinking one side instead of thinking about like both the positive and the negative. Okay, we're just thinking one side. At least most black people just think one side because of the consequences that we have seen happen to our friends and family. So we just want to protect ourselves and our family to the extent that we may even be putting ourselves in more danger.
Sure. No, she is very right on that part. Like, understand, like abusing child, me always, that is my, like, I'm not agree with that. Understand? I'm totally against that. But, and the important part that she said, that's very important. Like, you shouldn't make your child, your children to be scared to call 911 in case maybe, you'll be, like, there'll be a time that you will need your children to call 911. But my argument and everything is, is just about not believing, like, you understand, the beating child is bad. Me, I totally disagree with anybody if you tell me that beating child, like abusing them is different from beating them. Like, children are, people are, torturing their children mentally, they are punishing them mentally. That is more dangerous than beating them, the beating I'm talking about. But beating because you see, you think it's physical, but the mental, the mental punishment is damaging so many children in our society, but nobody is talking about that because we think beating is bad. To beat children, me, I take example as me always, like they, they flog me, they flog me, I realized right now, the time I went to Africa, I spoke with my father. I told him that, like, you once make me to do this, that, I later find, and I later understand the reason why I do that, So, to abuse them, I'm totally against that. But to beat them in certain ways, Western world, this is a talk about certain things here. Like Western world, sometimes they overdo things about children and women. And they, they make them lazy. They make them like, believe that, like, system is there to protect them. But in reality, system is there to protect only one race. So all this child abuse and other stuff, these children, I respect that fact. But let us not believe in them 100%. Like, let us not carry that on our head. Like, you shouldn't, be discipline your children when they do that. I believe that they shouldn't tell us how to take care of our kids. We are mature enough. We have so many experience. To the extent that we know, nobody should teach us how to take care of me. Nobody will tell me to respect woman. Nobody. There's nobody in this world, because I know my mother is a woman. She's the one who brought me in this world. So I will not give that chance to anybody, any feminist or any, like, understand, anybody. Nobody will tell me how to respect woman. So for that part, like, most of the time, Africans, especially Africans who migrated to Western world, we over accept whatever they say. We over believe whatever they say, and we overdo things that they do. You see, Max, people are wearing Max like, but if you see African people wear Max in a style that you don't understand, like, their language, their clothes, their whatever. That's what we adopt. We believe in them 100%. So this child abuse and this and that, they don't know more than us. But do you want, most of Africans want African on the continent to do like what Western worlds are doing? That is my argument. That is my problem most of the time. Like, don't allow them to tell us how to take care of our kids. African parents, some are doing extremely. I'm totally against that. But most are doing good. That's the reason why we still survive, despite these difficulties and other stuff. We still survive. It's because how they brought us, like, how they discipline us. If not, every day you'll hear a problem, because there are many people, family, who are sleeping without having anything, but they are still maintaining for years, working to solve their problem. So let us stop believing them 100%, or take it as religion to believe it, like, what, that's what we should do. No, that's my problem.
Thank you so much. And we have Ori calling back, and Ami Job. I'm gonna let Ami go first before Ori, because she just hopped on. Ami Job, how are you? Thank you, and welcome to the panel.
Hi, Sammy.
Hi. I know Ami got some hot gist for us, because you know how Ami feels about African culture anyways. Go ahead.
Absolutely, because I wasn't planning to do live or nothing, but when I saw you talking about this, because I want to talk about it in Wolof, either this weekend or so, Wolof and Mandinka. But when I
Okay.
saw you, I said it's good that that I'm gonna talk about it in English a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good program. This is very good. Thank you so much. Because to be honest, our African community is a lot of houses and a lot of families are going chaos because of this. And it's something that I feel like we should talk about it more, and we should just face the reality and just face the fear and just agree to the disagree and surrender to the truth. Because this is beyond just whatever happened. Like in Senegal last week, a woman killed her mother. I said it in the current affair that I did, and have to hit the mother on the head with the kur. And
wow,
in Senegal this year, this 2020, lot of people kill their parents, not lot, but couple, and then some kill their own children. There's this army officer guy that is one either commander or something, like one of the big people, killed his 6-year-old because the 6-year-old went out playing without asking him a permission. A few months ago, I did a current affair in Senegal. These things, the fear of raising children doesn't matter where you are. And just the fact that we are broken and bringing up children is why we cannot have a good president, is why we cannot have a good government, is why it's hard to even have a good, loyal, kind, loving husband. It's hard to have a good, loyal, kind, loving wife. Lot of the wives are like, Amijo, 1 minute they're loving you, 1 minute they're complaining and going crazy. The husband's the same. All this beating up that some husbands do to their wives, all this cheating, all this corrupt government, It's all lie in the middle of how we bring up children and how they neglect the children and the women, which is what I always been saying all these years. How you gonna bring up a child wicked, in a wicked way, and you expect them to be good, loving, caring president? So if the president and the government, they're not loving and caring, how are they gonna fix the things that we are crying for? How, when they don't care about us? Now, how are they gonna magic the love and the care just because they're magically grown? They're gonna magic the love and the care when you don't plant it in them when you're bringing them up. It's not, I'm talking like it because I'm the best parents. I've been one of the worst parents all this time. Not to my son in Africa, because I come here when my son was young. So and even when I was in Gambia, when my son was there with me, I was working full time. So he hardly spent time with me. He was always just like calling my mom, and like, so he grew up with my mom and his dad. But these two here, over the years, because children are not the same, they all have their characters. The boy, the only problem is that he's like the mom, but he loved food so much. I even say that in my channel a lot of the time for other mothers who are going through that to also, hear it from me, to know that it's not alone. They're not alone. It's not easy to buy food here in Europe. It's expensive and it's not healthy. A lot of the food you buy in the supermarket, and most of the time, the children that abuse food or overeat or whatever, they don't even abuse the fruits. I wish, like they eat the things that are not healthy and the juice too much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know maybe your children are young, but Sammy, hope you will never experience this. Sammy, is very painful, to buy something and the child just abused or whatever. So Adi's trying now. He's really trying because now he's 12. And I make him understand that if he's not going to change, we're going to have to go to Gambia. It's that bad. But I cannot continue being stressed with the way he's doing. And I never eat him because of the food. But some parents will hit you because you talk to the child and they do it again. You talk to them and they do it again. It's like you're looking at them like, what's wrong with you? And you imagine growing up when you just do one thing, you've been slapped. The amount of time I've been bitten just for washing dishes, just for being late to wash the dishes. Your mother will beat you like you kill someone. So the reality is, as I learn to change so many things from my culture, with studies and research and just understanding the reality about my culture and telling myself the truth, some of the things I am guilty of, but only the truth can free us. Doesn't matter what country you are treating your children the way, and why the beating is bad is that we will get to that after even. Because why the beating is bad, I'm just going to say it now before I forget, before I move on, is that when you are angry, how you going to control how much you beat somebody, Sammy? Now, when I'm angry, even though this is just video, Sammy, when I'm angry with you, for example, and I'm talking to you with an angry voice, how I'm going to watch what I'm going to tell you? Tell me, Sammy. How I'm going to watch what I'm going to tell you? Because I'm angry, I'm just going to go harder and harder to make sure I get you. So we have to know that when you are angry and you're hitting the child, it's very hard to hit them small hit or whatever they call it. So it's better you don't hit. And this is even if the child is in Africa. Not just you're going to teach the child that it's okay for when you have a husband or when you're at high school, one of your friends make you angry or some bully you. It's okay to beat them, or they beat you, or you just fight your partner or whatever when you're not happy tomorrow, or hit your children when you're not happy tomorrow. It's not just you're teaching the child that. And if you are doing it slowly, they might not do it slowly. If you teach your child that I'm beating you slowly, I'm not going to strangle you, they might go to school, someone bully them at high school or something. We all know a lot of high school children fight. And they might fight and they might do something worse than what you did. Who teach them that then? You. What are you going to do? You're going to tell them why you did this when you are doing that to them all these years? How are you going to solve that problem when you have a child who is fighting people at school, strangling them? How are you going to have a child who is going to have a group of friends that are bullies, and they fight people, bully them, looking at the pain in their eyes, and they love it? Your child join that group and be friends with them, and you're going to come and stop that child when you're doing that to them in the house. Our culture is very confusing. They teach you things that they know they cannot stand when you do it to them, or they know the consequence, or they don't know it. They don't think beyond 1 meter. And then when you grow up and be gangster, join fighting group, smoking weed, fighting group, whatever, they're talking, screaming. And our culture is very manipulative. This, I'm your mother, I'm your father. If you talk to me like this, you will go to hell, or God will punish you. No one is going to hell here because of a wicked, insane parent. Do you understand? The culture is insane and on denial for this 1990, 100. They're still denying like a 2-year-old. Not that I'm better, I'm the best in the culture. No, I'm one of the worst in the culture. I'm fighting and learning and healing and doing my studies and, reading and stuff. But no matter how much you claim to respect this culture, if you love and respect something, you have to protect it. You have to put away the ego, put away the respect, the culture, whatever the hell that is, and tell this culture the truth. You don't have to tell it maybe the way I'm telling it if you think this is rude. Roll on the floor when you're talking. But tell them the truth. You know, whoever you are, that what the culture is doing, so many of it is why the culture is the way it is. How many of our men complaining that our women are so mean and just get angry quickly and just moody and da-da-da? How many of our women complaining about how our men are? Do you think if we all come from a normal, loving, caring home that have healthy communication, healthy way of laughing, do you think we're going to be like that to our partners and our children and going crazy? Lot of the people are like, oh, this is our culture. I love the culture. Yeah. Then go and do all the bad things that the culture, did to you and are doing to other people. All this child marriage, job barrage, having different wives, not looking after them, just jumping off a barrage, beating you to death. Go and do that if you love the culture. No one is saying that when we are condemning the culture's madness, we don't love the culture. No one hate themselves. When you love your culture, you hate yourself. So love your, how much I hate yourself. When you hate your culture, you don't like your culture, you hate yourself because your culture is you. So no one hate the culture here. We just saying the culture is finding barrage in so many different angles. You want to continue the bridges, you can continue. But when people sacrifice and risk it all and telling the culture that we are tired of these bridges, understand we are tired of these bridges. We cannot get anywhere with these bridges. The beating children, even when you take it, when your children grown up in Africa, they're still gonna have bad friends and have bad things to do. What are you gonna do? You're gonna beat them to death? If they grow up here, the bad friends are still here and bad things to do. What do? You're gonna beat them to death? It's gonna affect them even if you beat them so much that they're so scared to tell you this is wrong, or they still love you so much, they say no matter how much you beat them, like a lot of us do. But it's still gonna affect them because they think that it's okay to put pain on other people you love. So even if you don't beat them, you're gonna shout on them and angry. You cannot even love your husband correctly. You cannot love your wife correctly. You cannot love your children correctly because you think that when you love people, you have to hurt them every time, every day. I'm not saying that you love people and you don't hurt them. No one is perfect. But if you're doing it regularly like a cup of tea, you don't even think it's wrong because that's how you've been raised. This is beyond us then. Why do you think that woman in Senegal took the cour, hit the cour to the mother's head? The woman that is a big woman, big woman, she's not underage or whatever. They say they were arguing about Ngunu Ganar. don't put your ganar here in the ngunu.
I didn't even hear about that story. That's crazy.
It's just a few days. It's just like last week or less than a week. It's at Dakar Bus. Go to Dakar Bus. You will see it. Or you can look at my current affair I did a few days ago. It's on my channel. I did English and Wolof on it.
Wow.
I even have the audio from Dakar Bus to put it in that video before people start telling me that, oh, maybe thinking it's not true because it's too much. That is not because of the woman killed the mother. Because the mother was telling the woman, don't put your chicken here in the chicken, the little house for the chicken, outside. No, it's because they were arguing for years. I am so 100%. The mother used to beat her. I am so, when she was young, so much that she even don't believe the mother love her. Because when you're angry, you use your anger to get what you want. All of this is stuff that I'm learning. A lot of the things I'm new to too. A lot of you know I said in my videos that I have a lot to learn still, lot to heal, lot to change. I open my videos telling my culture the truth and telling them what I've been through, while I am still having to heal myself. I told you guys this millions of times. So that's the good part of it, that you know that I don't have ego when it comes to this. As this book I'm reading now, everything makes sense. When you are used to using your anger to get what you want, like what our parents do, then you cannot control the anger. You cannot say, I'm just going to use 1. My anger is 10, but I'll use 1 or 2 to get what I want. No, you're going to use 10 and go and borrow another 100 and use it because you're angry. We all know how our children can get us angry. That's why a lot of the parents here are depressed. It doesn't matter what color they are and what race. But when you look at it, the parents in Africa that is beating these children to death, you think they're not depressed? Why do you think they're doing it? So we are all depressed then. So if the beating was working, why is the parent depressed when they beat them to have dead themselves? A lot of them been beaten to have dead themselves and they transfer in the beating. So why they depressed them? Why they still having bad marriages, bad government, bad everything? Africa, the reality is the beating is not the problem. And some people saying that when your parents lie, you tell them they are lying. That's wrong. That is wrong. But why the parents lying all the time? Some African parents and just some parents, like especially in Africa, even here, some Black parents that I know of, because I'm Black, I know of more. They will lie. And don't bother telling me everybody lie. I'm talking about us and our community now. So you can bring some Chinese story if you have time. Let's think. They will lie in front of the child and tell the child, when this person come, tell them this is what's happening. Tell them I'm not here. You go and borrow somebody money, they call. You tell them my mom is not here. You go and borrow somebody some clothes, they come and knock the door, some nice Gambian clothes or Senegal. They come and knock the door, you tell them my mom is not here. They do that here, they do that in Gambia under the mango tree everywhere. And then when your child tell you, why you lying, mom, you're not here, you beating them to death. Then why are you an idiot if you don't want to hear it? You're raising a child to be corrupt and be hypocrite, jump or be hypocrite. And you sit under the mango tree gossiping, talking bad thing about people all day. And when your children hearing you, sitting next to you, and when they lie or say anything, you're like, why you see this? Why you did this? We have to start reparenting ourselves first. I don't care if we have children or not. Everything, as you hear this video, everything that you don't want your children to do, stop it yourself right now. You don't want them to be evil gossiper or hater or whatever, or bullies. Stop it yourself. At me, that's what I'm starting there. I've been practicing it, but I'm practicing it more. Even my videos, even though I'm a comedian, I still have to change a lot of videos the way I used to do them, simply because I don't want my children to, for example, watch them when they grow older and mistake it bullying or comedy or what. The reality is, if we want to fix this community, we have to tell ourselves the truth first, to put away the egos. This community teach us a lot of bad things that we legalize them. Lot of us think that the beating is good there. That's what make me who I am. The beating is good there. So I don't think it's good there. Or you're like, yeah, let's just do it small. You cannot say that here is the cocaine. Come on, cocaine. But take small. Then why you say, don't just tell them how much to take. Just give them the cocaine. Why are you telling them take small? Let's think. This is just insane. We have to stop this madness of beating. That's the reality. Doesn't matter Africa, Gambia, here. We have to stop the lying, corrupt. Even when you're a man, you have 2 wives, you don't treat them equally. You're still raising a corrupt to hell children. They know you're corrupt to hell for not treating your 2 wives equally. Especially if you're neglecting their mother. They know you're working and your money is not coming to the house, it's going to the other woman or going to girlfriends. You're just bringing up corrupt children. And then you want the children to grow up to be this magic organized government. What a joke. Anyway, this can't continue like this. Or they can continue, but people like me will talk. And I'm going to continue learning to tell myself the truth and to take away this horrible part of the culture that I have to take away. And to talk in my videos, like this. And if they don't like it, well, I talk, but I can't pretend. The culture is full of pretend. They'll tell you when we go to your Auntie Kumba's house, when they ask you, come on, you tell them you're not hungry. Even if the child is hungry to death, when they eat, you beat them. They teach you how to lie and be hypocrite and have 2 faces and 2 mouths. When you are 5, 6 years old, 6, 7 years old, they're teaching you, just choking you to do it, beating you to do it. If you tell the truth, they beat you till you pee yourself for telling the truth. What kind of culture is this? No, it's actually sad.
Anyways,
I'm gonna go anyway. I cannot stay long here, but I just want to say that if anyone saying I love this culture, that this culture is good, that why you westernized? Stop telling people this. No one is westernized here. We are black already. If you don't like the West, you think their culture is so horrible. Why are you here? Go under the mango tree, eat some baobab. If you think that's better, come on, it doesn't even make sense at this point. I'm not saying all of the West is good. I'm not saying it. They know all of their system is not good. No, any country that all their system is good. But I don't care how much they beat you and you like it. Your children don't like it. They know they don't deserve that kind of beating that you have, like a wee slave, like a little slave in the job white master house. Your children don't want that. So leave them alone. Don't beat them to half dead just because you've been beating and you like it. If your system is built to be a slave, you're used to it, you're okay with it, you normalize it. Just like me, no matter how much I've been through the child marriage, I'll never say that, oh, the child marriage make me who I am, so it's good, I like it, let me give away my daughter. Yeah, it make me who I am. It make me learn to be too strong and learn how to survive everything in life, like almost. But I'm not gonna, and you can, like, I can say that what it does to me is positive. For example, especially if I complete my healing journey, I can be like, yeah, that's what make me Ami Job, whatever Ami Job is gonna be, for example. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, okay, because it's good now, my daughter, I can give her to get married. She can survive it like me. She cannot. Lot of people kill themselves or on drug or prostituting themselves because they've been sexually abused. They have sex when it's not the right time and with the wrong people. So how you just gonna, because you're surviving it now, you think it's fine? And a lot of these people that saying that, oh, me the beating make me who I am, that is fine. It's actually not fine. If they tell you the truth, it did really horrible thing to them. It make them cold. They don't know how to be softened. They always use anger to get what they want, because that's what the beating is all about. I use anger to get what I want. When you're used to using anger to get what you want, you always gonna go rage to get what you want. And that's the reality. So when people risking it all to tell this culture the truth, it's not because the people are rude or they think they are better. No one is better than no one here. No one is rude here. Everybody have same. Everybody love and respect their elders and their culture. This is the only way that we can tell the elders the truth. We cannot tell them under the mango tree this kind of truth. So the internet is our only way to tell the elders and the whole community the truth. So when we are risking it talking, please understand. But don't think that, oh, we are westernized, or we are this, or we are that, and jumping bridge. This is not going to help us, and you know it, whoever you are. So this is what I want to say, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ami. Appreciate your contribution. And
no problem.
Ami said something about how we bring up kids to be liars. I think that itself is a topic for another day because we're wrapping up. But that I see a lot of that also going on, which we need to talk about because it needs to stop. Definitely, by doing that, we are bringing up the child to be a liar, whether we realize it or not. I know some people don't know the damage they're causing, but I'm glad she mentioned that because a lot of us have gone through that. A lot of us have lied to somebody, because our parents asked us to lie. Sometimes you'll be like, remember with those bitch people, the people that are selling stuff, they'll borrow you something, and then the person will come, your mom will say, tell that man I'm not here. And a lot of Africans do that. They'll borrow you something, or borrow you money, and they don't want to return it or don't have the money to pay you back, then they'll make a child lie. And that's when some children will just go tell the person, my mom said I should tell you she's not here. And then we look at the kid as a stupid person because the child went and told the person, you told them they should lie. So that itself is another topic. But these are some of the things that is just damaging us in general as a people, and we need to talk about it. But it's another topic. Re-Empire, I'm going to let you go ahead and wrap up because as of now, I'm tired. It's almost 4 hours. So what do you have to say about everything that Ami said and this whole topic?
No, it's like sometimes I don't want to talk about like her experience. I've been watching Ami so for so long. Like I respect like her opinion. I mean, most of the time I don't want to talk about this child abuse issues. You understand me? Because I know she passed it's her own experience. So, but like I have a problem the way she want to handle things. I have a problem with that. So
okay,
in the sense that she talk about so many things here. Like I don't want this to go well, but she's a sister anyway. But let's speak the fact. Like she believe that African culture is the problem. This is all part of like it's not because of westernized. It's not because of Westication, but it's not our culture also. It's not because of the culture. I'm not agree. I don't agree with 100% African culture. There are things that need to be changed in a sense that like 200 years ago, or like let's say 100 years ago, like people who are like if you see a girl of 15 years, they will look like they are 20, 30s because they are physically strong. So they got married at a very early age. So at this moment, that cannot be possible. That's why child marriage and other stuff. I'm totally against that. Like when the child accept to do that, like that's what I was talking about. Don't allow children to make decisions at very early age, but don't also push them to do certain things that will harm them. I'm totally against that. But she generalized most of African culture. She is totally against that. Like talking that when African culture is okay, why we are here. We are talking about two different things. Africa have a problem, biggest problem in this world. Africans have never been anywhere in any other continent to colonize them or to take something from them or to maltreat them or to enslave them. But whole world, I'm talking about the whole world from Asia to America to Europe, they all came to Africa to victimize us. So our problem is bigger than the culture. When we are going to live with our culture, we will not have this problem. It's because of the, we lose our culture. We lose everything. That's why we are in this mess. Not because of the culture we are in this mess. That's why I disagree with her. Not because of the culture we have this problem, but because we live our culture, our way of living to follow another style. That is the reason why we are in this mess. in a sense that we don't know government. What is government? Africans don't know that. When we go back to our kingdom, our empires. That's what we know. That is Africa. But after colonization, like we all come out with this government and this education system that is victimizing our female, not our culture. Berawulanding, something like Berawulanding Kambi. I don't know whether you read, that woman history. She came to Gambia. She's a queen. Our culture accepts women to do their things by their own. It's because we lose that culture. That is the reason why we are in this mess. Not because of the culture, we are in this mess, but we live the culture. That's why we are in this mess. So culture, nobody can blame culture here for that. We all have been brainwashed in different ways. We all have been victimized in different ways. We are following the system that is not good for us. Like if anybody can record this video or see again, I'm saying this. Africans are trying to adopt system for decades now. That is government to govern people, whole state, one person. That is our problem. Still, we are not used to that. When did we start having government? Less than 60 years. We are still adopting it because it's not us. It's not us. So let's stop talking about like culture is the reason why people are gossiping, people are lying, people are this and that. That is not culture. Culture will not ask you to lie. People do that by their own. If you see religion like Islam, I won't argue with one Moroccan lady here. She said, Muslim cannot cannot eat this thing, I don't know. There's one meat, it's from the
Pork.
chicken, No. It's from the chicken. She said there are certain part of the chicken that Muslim cannot eat. So people mix their culture and their own mindset to make it look like that's what it should be. So let her stop generalizing everything. I will really love her to invite me to her channel for us to talk about this. I normally don't want to talk about her experience because I don't want to remind her the pain. But she's a strong woman. I know no Gambian woman is like lazy one. You are all queens. But let us know that not because of the culture we are in this mess. That is my argument. If you see Chinese, let me that will be my last. Chinese ladies, we are here, Europe, America. We are living with Chinese. Did they live their culture? No. Chinese will even refuse to speak good English or good Italian or good Dutch because they don't want to use even their accent. But black people, when you come here, we even want to change our accent. We want to talk different. We want to dress different. We want to look different. You'll see Indian will live here for 50 years. All of them will born here. You will never, if you see them, this is English. These are Indians because you see they are this top, red top. You see their dress. But Africa, we lose everything because we are not following our culture. So it's contrary to what she was saying. It's not because of the culture we have this. It's because we live our culture. We're having this problem. Africans will be like, oh, European dress is coming. Oh, American dress. Oh, Indian dress. Oh, Brazilian hair. Come on, like this is not us. It's because we are following another style that is destroying us. Not because we are following our style. No, we live our culture. We live everything about us, following the way I dress them. I shouldn't dress like, but there's no problem. We can say things are modern. We modernize things or other stuff, but that shouldn't make you mentally. Your mental belief on your culture should stay. So most of the time she generalize everything, try to provoke, try to mock. She says she hate bullies, but she always try to bully African culture. That's the fact. So let her not, take things personally. I'm sorry for her to face that, that evil action. I call it evil because I know how bad it is. But let her stop like seeing African culture because she have one problem there. The rest are bad. No, African don't have problem. Before we know kingdoms, women come. They are soldiers. They fought. They control men. They stood by their people. But now what's happened? Everybody want to, it's crazy. We are following Babylon system that is not even working for us. For 60 years, we are still following. Government is not for Africa. African solution is let's go back to our kingdom, or we will still grind to go. It's not because of the culture and other stuff. So please, let us stop that.
Thank you so much, Free Empire. Your contributions are highly appreciated. So we're gonna just end the live here. Everybody made some great points, and everybody just, what you said are coming from different points of views, and I appreciate it because for me, I did learn a lot from this life because I have kids and I'm trying to raise them the best way possible. So I really appreciate what everybody said. You know, the African culture, the Western culture, how to balance everything to raise my kids the right way is what I am here for. So I really appreciate you guys. And Re-Empire, thank you for coming on board and sticking through all this while. I really, really appreciate you for this, okay? And for those who have super chatted me, thank you. I always forget to say before I go, but I always thank people though. But like to wrap up with a thanks to the super chatters as well. Thank you for super chatting me. I really appreciate your support on this channel. And everybody else that's on the panel and on the chat as well. Thank you guys so much for joining me today.
Sorry.
And of course, I will have to see you in my next video or my next live coming soon. Yes, Ray Empire, you want to say something?
Okay, yes. No, I really miss life. That's why, tomorrow I'm not working, so I decided to come and sit and chill with my sister. I love my
okay.
So, the second one, Ami, tell her, Ami to link me, or if you have her number, like, send it, or you send her my number. Like, let us have conversation. So I would really appreciate that. Peace out.
Okay, I'm sure she's watching because I can still see her here, so.
She will beat me. She will beat me, I know.
No, she's a free-spirited person. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys, and I will see you in my next live. Thank you. Bye.